in its most biggest sense, means infrastructure. It is infrastructure in everything: physical infrastructure, technological, human. And you know that speaking about infrastructure is to talk about investment. And that means economical development and generation of jobs. Logistic is to triangle the success of relationships in international trade because it creates connectivity among the nations, that is on land, train, airport, maritime, and gives the possibility that merchandises, produce of international trade, may be brought with safety and quickly to the different destinations that they are brought, with the information in real time that allows its punctual control and transparent, that may fulfill with all the regulations that, because of its own characteristics, are signaled by the different entities that are regulated. Logistic means taking risks because it means investments that allow to have operations that are efficient. And we know that to reduce risks, it is necessary to have information that is clear, efficient, and here is where the entities that make up these associations develop a role that is very important. And we have a great responsibility to make this information and to share it. We have a great expectation on the interaction among all the participants in these journeys that will take us to do proposals that we may put into practice in our cities with the vision of improving relationships among nations through international commerce. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the intervention. And now we're going to give the voice to General Coordinator of COSIDE, Cesar Gadama. Good morning, all of you. It is a great opportunity, the one that I have today, to share with you some minutes and to comment a little bit what is Jalisco and what are we doing here, so that that information will come with all the baggage that you have to this important event. Before, I would like to welcome all of the Latin American brothers that are with us today. One of the first events presence that is done and after a period that changed our lives. Jalisco is a state avant-garde. Jalisco is fighting always the first places in the economic production of this country. Jalisco wants to be a counterpart nationally. Today, all of the countries of Latin America, with no difference, are living a process of transformation, political, social, and economical. That is very important. A process that maybe may take us to many good stadiums, but also if you don't see the business with professionalism and with vocation, also the economies and the social environment of our countries may change. There are transformations that are clear that we are living in Mexico since 3 years ago in the government, federal government, and that ones that may be living in Colombia and other countries. Facing this, it is important as entrepreneurs to try to see with optimism and proactivity the opportunities that the world is showing us. And the World Trade Centers is a magnificent platform to be able to develop new ideas of business. You do it in your countries every day. You do it permanently to link private companies everywhere to link companies and private companies and governments to be able to generate more employment and more richness, which I think should be one of the most appreciated objectives. Jalisco is no doubt number one in this country. You are reaching the agro industry capital of Mexico. Mexico wants to be one of the kitchens of the world in the future, and for that, World Trade Center has a logistics city is fundamental. Jalisco is number one in production of many foods, both fish as well as agricultural fruits and vegetables. That's why the topic of the airport, International Airport of Guadalajara, is doing a platform of growth that is fundamental for our entrepreneurs, because from here to the world, the topic of technologies, more than 60 years ago, here in Guadalajara, we have Kodak, Motorola, Hewlett Packard, and we have a new culture that is born, a new trend, which is the transformation of technologies of the city. And it is recognized as the Silicon Valley of Mexico. And it is not only an expression that is empty, but finally we have brought together 100, and I'm not shorting that, hundreds of companies of technology and innovation that today are exporting their products through the logistics system of Guadalajara to all the world. Here, for example, they produce more than 30% of the racks of the servers that Amazon uses in its cloud for the storage of data, among other many examples like medical equipment, like a lot of components that go to the industry of auto parts. And also, it is fundamental the educational system. There are more than 11 universities in Guadalajara that they link permanently with the university to be in avant-garde. We want to be leaders in many aspects. We have many problems if we are realistic and we put the feet on the ground, but our main objective is to look to be a national contrast, a contrast with the citizens, a contrast with the other economical zones that are important in the country, but with a proposal that will generate richness, that will generate better paid jobs. Today, the challenge that most part of our companies have is to look to see how to increase the wages of the people, the income, to improve their way of life, to improve their health system. And Latin America is absolutely connected. It has this building we see on the first floor, and it's worthwhile for you to go and see it. We have Geraldi, a Colombian company. Geraldi associates with a company, insurance company, international insurance company, AXA, and begins to make a health system complementary to the health system in the government that we have in Mexico, which is the IMSS, the Insurance Health Institute. Those efforts are very loable and are important because we are generating also possibilities so that our people will have an alternative in the caring of health, the alternative. That effort, we should multiply it, and it is in the logistic for us. It is priority, the most priority, that our airport of Guadalajara could be one of the airports that is really world class, that it should be connected with the rest of Latin America and North America to be able to open a door to the world. Jalisco, because its geographical location, is being an alternative to be a logistic hub, not just port, but also train and also land for all of the east coast of the USA. All of the product that arrives from that coast is from Florida to New York. It's much more rentable to bring it down to Jalisco, to go out through a boat in Manzanillo or by plane in Guadalajara to the east, than crossing all of the American nation from east, from New York to Long Beach or Los Angeles. That type of effort, I think we that are involved in logistics should perfection to give more shine to the World Trade Centers. more logistics, and connect among ourselves. That is, it is a pleasure then to have you here in this beginning of our work today in our Congress. And surely there are many interesting things that will come out. To be part of Guadalajara and Jalisco is the capital not only of innovation, but also the capital of ideas, the world capital of the book right now, and the capital of fun and entertainment that we want to offer all of you. Not only do we offer tequila, beer, and a great diversity of places to visit. We also offer opportunities of business, and that is what we want to do with you. Welcome. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, and we're going to begin with a day that is very productive and successful in each of your works. We're going to begin with our first panel, the panel of maritime logistics, air maritime. And we want to present to you as moderator Federico Lepe from World Trade Center Guadalajara. With a great experience in the logistics center, he is working as support for the strategic planning of World Trade Center Guadalajara, having as a main objective to materialize the growth of logistic hub in Guadalajara. He is the Vice CEO of International Logistics of Agriculture Council and the Industry of the State of Jalisco. Please welcome. And we also ask to come with us, and we want to receive our panelists. Luis Avilés, Senior Executive, Air Service Development, Houston Airport System, is with us. So please come to the stage. And applause, please. We welcome and we receive from Peru, Edgar Patiño, ex-CEO of the Port Authority, National Port Authority of Peru. Augusto Solano, CEO of ASO Colflores, Colombia. And the same, we receive Ángel Cortés Pérez, CEO of Planning of Merchant Marine, in Mexican Merchant Marine. Welcome, all of you. And before we begin, I just want to do the observation that all of your questions, we please ask you to write them down, and at the end of the panel, if we have time, we will solve some questions. Please, we ask you not to interrupt during the panel. For this, I give the word to the Logistic Maritime panel, to our moderator, Federico Lep. It is a great pleasure to be with you. For us, it is an honor to be able to direct all of you. And look, I think that logistic was the best kept secret worldwide. When did we discover this? When the pandemic came.
When did we discover this? It was when the supply chain started to break. It was then that we had in this high technology sector not a just-in-time operation, but a just-too-late operation because the parts would not get here on time. We started having serious problems with the world supply of certain products because ports were in a chaotic situation. There were no containers. For example, now we are in a situation where this rediscovery of what is in itself logistics, which had not been thought about in agreements, had not been considered in free trade agreements. When we spoke about free trade, we were speaking about customs, tariffs, and non-customs barriers, but logistics was never present in any of the chapters, and we started having then more visibility. What we will see now is what is happening, what we are developing in different countries in Latin America, and in infrastructure and the logistics section, what is it that we seek? We seek to strengthen Latin America in the fundamental response to the requirements of the markets. We want to reach international markets in a way which is very quick, in a way which is the best and the most favorable cost, so that our industry and our reach into the market can be as efficient as possible. To this end, then, we will begin this dialogue, and I'd like to ask Luis Aviles for the Houston International Airport to begin this session. Good morning to everyone. My name is Luis Aviles. I am the airload manager in the airport in Houston. We are the municipal office which is engaged in administration of different airports in Houston. It is my pleasure to be here, an honor to speak to you today. So the topic is logistics. Before we go into the logistics details, I'd like to speak a bit of what Houston represents. Houston is recognized as the world capital of energy. It is a manufacturing center for petrochemical equipment and gas extraction equipment. We are now in the process of developing machinery for renewable energies and for chemical products. So as I advance in my presentation, you will see that Houston's characteristics are very different from those of other cities in the U.S. with respect to loads. Houston is a center where that products that manufacture is made. It's not like Miami, which receives manufacturing products and then distributes it. In Houston, things are made or manufactured, and the population is growing. Also, the income is growing, and that is why it is a market that receives products from all of the world. With respect to exports, the customs district is the number one customs district in the U.S. There is not another city in the U.S. with more export. $127 billion, including maritime transportation. For us as an airport, we work very closely with the Houston port. The volume that the port manages every year is much more than what the airport manages. As an airport, we focus more on products that require immediate delivery or high value products, but combining air loads and maritime or sea loads, Houston is number one in exporting from the U.S. The largest medical center in the U.S., Texas Medical Center, has more than 60 hospitals, all of them close to the city's downtown area. With respect to passengers, this is a very large medical tourism market of people who have go check themselves in Houston. And in load, they also manufacture medical equipment sent to the entire world. In pharmaceuticals, Houston is also the center of production for regional distribution, and one of the efforts in the future will be the development of a cold chamber for pharmaceutical products in the airport, as we do not have one yet. This is also the home of NASA. Houston Spaceport is the third airport which we manage in the city of Houston. It obtained its license for spatial flights, space flights. It's the only airport within the U.S. in an urban area with a permit for flights into space. Here we are delivering a cluster, a center where we will have companies in the aerospatial business for different topics. This could be training personnel, manufacturing of parts for lunar modules and satellites. So this is a great complex that is growing very quickly, and it also creates a lot of cargo for us. We have 25 companies within the Fortune 500 companies, mainly in the topic mainly in the petroleum industry. With the price of petroleum, when it increases, investments worldwide in the development of petroleum plants also increases, and therefore we have more cargo in Houston. In other cities, maybe the oil price goes up, and that's turbocene. Maybe it's less cargo. In Houston, it's the other way around. Whenever the price of petroleum goes up, we have more cargo, especially in the airport. A very important Latin American influence in the metropolitan area of Houston, where we have 7.5 million people. 35% are Latin American origin. I am Mexican. I've been 20 years living in Houston. There are 1.3 people born in Mexico living in the metropolitan area of Houston. In this sense, also, there is a very strong influence in many sectors, and I invite all of you to, I offer you the assistance to develop new lines of business, new channels. Houston could be a center of distribution, but also as a market that can receive products from Latin America. So I spoke a bit about Houston, and now the airport system, as I said, we have three airports. Bush Intercontinental Airport is the main passenger and cargo airport. The Hobby Airport is a second airport, which in 2015 started international flights from where Southwest operates, the hub for Southwest. And we had 5 stars for Skytrax. This is a worldwide recognition. There's only 16 airports in the world in this category. And Ellington Airport Spaceport is the airport where we have the spatial center. We transport more than 45 million passengers and also 537,000 tons of cargo in 2021. COVID was a very big challenge with passengers as the volume decreased impressively because airlines reduced their services. One of the important characteristics is that with Mexico, flights were never suspended. Different airlines, United, Aerobus, Aeromexico, continued operating and even increased their frequencies. Today, therefore, we see more seats towards Mexico than even before COVID, and we are the airport with the most flights to Mexico. We cover 20 cities from Houston. The topic of passengers during COVID fell drastically. To this date, we are trying to recover. With respect to cargo, as you know, during COVID, cargo became very relevant. Medical equipment, protective equipment, security, vaccines. And in Houston, there were two important factors. International cargo fell due to the fall in the capacity of belly freight in the passenger belly freight in passenger airlines, but e-commerce increased impressively, 35% every year. What is the reason? I read an article some time ago. It's very simple. People continue buying things through the internet. That is the reason. People from home began buying, and this was immediately reflected in different companies operating in Houston. I'm speaking of Amazon, FedEx, DHL, UPS. So as of this day in cargo, we've exceeded the volumes before COVID. 200 destinations throughout the world with 27 airlines and 14 cargo airlines. But there is, and part of my mission, there is one region where we have no cargo flights. Passenger flights are covered everywhere, but we have no cargo flights between Houston and Latin America. This is my main objective in this presentation, to establish communication with all of you in order to develop this new opportunity. I've spoken to Federico in the past about opportunities, and this is something that we must consider. As I was saying, more destinations into Mexico than any other airport in the U.S., Central America. Now we have opened 8 to the Caribbean, 7 to South America. But on the other hand, we also have many charter flights, especially in the energy sector. In Houston, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, in Houston, we had Volga Dnepr, the Russian charter flight airline. Its center of hubs for Latin America was in Houston. It kept the Antonov 124 planes ready for any cargo flights simultaneously. We also had Antonov Airlines from Ukraine operating Antonov 124 and also 225, the largest cargo airplane in the world. But after this unfortunate situation of the invasion of Ukraine, they stopped operating, and now Ukraine flights are returning on some occasions. So charter is also a very important market for us. So sorry, I know this is very small. You can't really see it, but this is the capacity and flights that we have from Houston to Latin America. In the column on the left, this is Mexico, Mexican Republic, 20 cities with different airlines, United Airlines, Volaris, Viva Aerobus. In the past, we had Interjet, but they're in financial issues right now and have not returned. In Central America, the Caribbean, South America, basically Southwest and United Airlines are operating. A few other airlines. With connectivity in passengers, we are very strong with respect to the services we offer. In cargo, it's only belly freight for United Airlines, but as I said, we do not have any purely cargo airlines. This information is as of September of this year. Opportunities with Latin America, development of different routes and international trade. I spoke to Federico about what the opportunities were to establish services connecting Guadalajara to Houston. The opportunity is there. It's a long-term effort for airports. For an airline to begin flights, it takes years. And for all the stars and planets to align, sometimes it takes 5 to 6 years to make an airline enter a market. For us, Latin America is a very important market. We have a certain center of fresh products where we receive many products from Latin America. One of these products is salmon coming from Chile, perishables, flowers. We have a very big opportunity to work with Colombia to establish Houston as the center of distribution, but also as a market to receive those products. Houston is and have the cities with the largest growth because of the cost of living, which is a lot cheaper than in the eastern and western coasts. The market, not only in Houston, but also Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, is impressive as a market for products. We also have information that I can share with you with what products get to Houston or other cities in the US, what imports and exports. I will gladly share that information with you and work together to establish business opportunities and see which is the airline that can give you that service. The main sectors in Houston are energy, advanced manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, which is a long-term objective, and air and space technology. Thank you. It was a pleasure to speak to you. Sorry, I was missing the screen. 2 cargo centers, 14 cargo airlines. This is an inspection center within the airport, the Perishable Products Center, coordination building, and here you can see all of the destinations that we serve. Thank you, Luis. And now, Angel, please. Go ahead. Thank you. Good day. Thank you for inviting me. Greetings from the Marine Merchant and Airport and Port Coordination. I am the Director of Merchant Marine and the General Coordination of Ports and Merchant Marine of the Marine Department. And I am in charge of the Merchant Marine. Everything related to sea transportation and also land and sea transport. So, if you want to go to the next one, and coasting also transport. So, we were speaking about the transfer last year. Last year, in June 2021, there was a process of the transfer of the General Coordination for Ports and Merchant Marine, which has three directorates: the General Port Authority, the General Merchant Marine, which sees all of marine transportation and nautical, and also the Port Administration, which is in charge of what was before the Port Authority administrations, which are now the administrations, and FIDENA, which is a trust with the three marine schools, Veracruz, Tampico, and Mazatlan. So all of that coordination, all of those areas went to the Marine Department. The National Port Authority system is made up of 118 ports and terminals. We have the Asiponas, which are the largest ports, which move international cargo and also coasting cargo, the two types of navigation. We also have state port authorities, which are managed by the states. We have an API and systems for ports in the logistics corridor of Salina Cruz and Coatzacoalcos. Basically here, what we have are four FOB ports, two in the Pacific, two on the Gulf of Mexico. The two on the Pacific are Manzanillo and Lázaro Cárdenas, the main ports which connect us to Asia, Latin America, North America. And in the Gulf, we have Altamira and Veracruz, which do the same with Europe and South America. And now, last year, we transported 286 billion tons in million tons in all of the port system. 234 were higher cargo, and then the other coastal cargo, which is domestically for the country. The same as with the airports. In 2018, we were moving 316 million tons. This fell to 285 million tons. Everyone knows this was because of the pandemics. A lot, it depended on logistics, as we remarked. That was basically what affected us. But if you see the growth of containers, although there was a small drop last year, we recovered, and we are almost on 7.9 million TEUs transported throughout the country. Petroleum is moved about 36%, and minerals, we have 21%, and agriculture is about 5.8%, and bulk is 10.3%. Other fluids is 4.6%. So mineral, petroleum, and container cargo is where we concentrate all of our cargo in the system. How we connect to the rest of the world, we have trade with practically the entire world through our treaties and commercial agreements, trade agreements. We have an exchange with more than 190 countries. But in sea travel and regular transport, maybe a line offers services every week, every 2 months. We have services with 57 countries on the 5 continents. We have around 55 agencies for consignation for these naval lines or sea transport lines. We have 173 with regular service. If we go to RAM service or any other type, these shipping companies, then they would include, these lines include. One of the important ports, which we spoke about at the beginning, the port of Guadalajara, that Guadalajara uses, is Manzanillo. This is a port which serves domestic trade with our neighboring states of Colima, Nayarit, and the center of the country, Guanajuato, Querétaro, Mexico City, Valley of Mexico, but also what we were saying, between Manzanillo and Lázaro Cárdenas, they represent us with Asia, South America, North America, and practically the entire world. There's an excellent connectivity with the state of Jalisco in the center of the country. So this is a port with high movement. This is a port engaged in for containers, engaged more than anything in international trade. If you see this graph, we see that coastal transport is 3.5, and then inland exports is more than 30 million tons. So this port is mainly for that. One of our flagship projects for Merchant Marine are the sea highways. We want to move more. We move 31% of the cargo, only about 31%. In the international level, we move about 80 to 90% through the deep sea channel. So these are some of the projects so that we have these sea highways between the ports of our countries. We also have other corridors, such as the inter-ocean corridor in Salina Cruz and Coatzacoalcos, which is being modernized and wants to have an increased presence in international trade. We also have the short distance sea transport with Central America. We've been working on this for a long time. We have certain agreements. We've had many meetings with all of the Central American countries. And here we would like to have certain routes, established routes, which would be weekly or every 2 weeks, with fixed frequencies in order to increase cargo movements, especially through ports and in the south of the country to Central America. We also have a project which began 2 to 3 years ago, the Florida project, which is about increasing our cargo and having greater linkage sea-wise with Gulf ports and Florida. These are projects that we're already working on, which we've made progress on, and we continue consolidating these projects, but we wish for there to be more projects of this kind. Something that is also very important is merchant marine. The merchant marine in our country, the ships moving the cargo, we have the principal shipping lines in our ports, but we have very little transport with Mexican ships. We're working on this. There's a project for a law which will drive for this type of companies for there to be more Mexican ships. We have preferential tariffs for new shipping lines, for new ships and vessels. We are also strengthening, exploring new corridors, intermodal corridors for deep sea and coastal transport. We want to have infrastructure in all ports to modernize their infrastructure. What we want is basically to be more competitive. And I finish by saying that our country, with all of these projects we are undertaking, what we are seeking is to decrease costs, be more competitive internationally, and be a tool of support for the companies like you. Everything that we have discussed, we would like to consolidate our ports as hub ports and also feeder ports. And we want these projects, which are linking us with the Caribbean and North America and South America, to be consolidated. And basically, therefore, there is where I would finish. Thank you. So now, Edgar, I would first like to thank Juan Carlos and everyone, Ricardo, everyone who is here today. My topic is cargo transport and challenges in Latin America. Here you can see this screen. These are the 4 terminals I think are most important in different countries. But these are the ones of the Pacific Alliance. And today, my presentation is to discuss the logistics or marine ports, what you have said. The Mexican representative has said and spoken about the port authority system. The countries in Latin America in the 80s, most of the ports were administered for public use. They were managed by the government. There's been a great change, and this has been for all countries a process where there have been concessions, which have been very important, where Peru also participated in this change. Investments today in the port system have been about $2.8 billion in 20 years. 99% has been done by the private sector through the laws of the port system and the concession process. This also created in Peru an increase of cargo in 2010. Today we have about 210 million tons that we move. We've gone from 1 teus to 3 million teus every year. So there's a very strong change, and we are still investing. There are terminals and multi-purpose terminals, regional. There has been great investment. And one of the topics is the logistic node of Callao, which is very important. And we are going to the PM terminal, the minerals terminal. And these are the new investments happening in Peru. We have an extension to 400 meters for dockings, and there's a new layout of the Callao port, the APM terminal, and also the Chancay terminal. The port of Chancay, which is 70 kilometers from Callao, it can be a very good logistics node in Peru with these 3 types of terminals. And in addition, as you have said today, this is the topic of connectivity. Logistics does not happen if there's no connectivity. Therefore, in Peru, in Callao and Lima, we have made great investments. And what is very important is this screen on the logistics, maritime port logistics. We can see how each one of them goes from the exporter, from the factory, to the transportation, to a logistics platform, and from there to the main topic, which is either by ship, air, or land transport to other countries.
And then on the right, we see how this logistic process is like. When we get to the country, there is a whole series of stakeholders that allow this. So we see that logistics, apart from like what you have said today, is not only the infrastructure, but also it has to do with every stakeholders that are presented, from transporter, importer, and the public sector. the maritime agents, the cargoes, the naval lines, the customs people, and everybody that intervenes in this logistics. So imagine if at one time this is cut, like it has happened with the maritime transport in our country and everywhere with the crisis of international trade. We see that all of the countries have made a great effort of infrastructure, but the index of competitivity, both global as well as the index of logistic development, except that number number one, which is about 160 countries. The countries of Latin America, we have Chile with 33, Mexico with 50, 55, but then the rest are a little bit, let's say, on the line, the non correct. So, why? Because we see that these logistic developments and competition is not just infrastructure, there has to be laws of work, the market, and all the dispositions that need to be there to ease the international trade. So we need to work on those topics. Why? Because one of the topics that I wanted to touch upon is that logistic has pillars that are important and that has to do. The pillars, we begin with the modernization. If we do not modernize the public management, if we don't have transparency, if we don't have norms that will help us, this won't be done. Training, port training, we need to train the system today with what happened and what has happened with the crisis of the maritime logistics. It has, we need training. It is very important. The third, and because it's part of this, the port communities, what you are doing of exchange of information and generating new projects, that is also very important. Infrastructure, equipment, that is what we are doing. Most of the countries are doing in this in Latin America. The topic has to do with the countries. For example, Peru is connectivity. We need a better roadways, the income of trains to the ports, and it is vital. We see each pillar that it has behind many topics. Protection and safety. Logically, the ports need to have protection and safety. And we have the PIP. There is a series like we saw yesterday in the system of the airports in Mexico, in which they comply with safety. That is good for for exports and imports that are coming to our country will have the safety that corresponds. Then we have services. We need efficient port services, and we talk about technological platforms. The pandemic accelerated this. Are the countries that are working with the only trade and a series of platforms project management system that will help us to have that interrelationship. Then we have, and I think it's very important to me, after being in the Port Authority of Peru, the integration and modernization and the territorial space that we should have. Otherwise, at the end, we will have great problems in the last mile, and this will generate losses with congestion, and the products will not reach on time. And integration port city. What is this origin? There is no governance in the logistics system. The infrastructure is deficient. We don't have an infrastructure of trains, which is the correct thing to have. Technological platforms that are not integrated, informality, and that is a topic in Latin America, for example, in Peru, is trying to see. On the other hand, we have had structural issues. The crisis of international trade comes where we begin with, in the year 2019, with conflicts. USA with Russia, that is more a commercial conflict. Then we have the sanitary conflict that impacted us a lot. The Suez Channel, that a boat was across it and did not allow for 2 weeks a series of ships to go through, deficit of containers that are empty. They needed to fill cargo for the transports. Changes in the way of consumption, that is something important. Today, we want our product to reach our homes. That has changed a lot, and that is what we need to do. The sprout of the new variants of COVID strikes, and then the war, Russia, Ukraine. Really, we have passed the worst crisis, international crisis. So, this crisis in trade, generally worldwide, has impacted on the supply chain, with management of ports in China and USA, and the countries of Latin America also generated a lot of congestion. Combustion has hit us a lot and is still generating. What does this increase of petrol, the agglomeration, what does this cost? We were in an inflation of 2%, and now we are almost in 9% in Peru. And in America and the USA and all around the world, inflation is hitting. And I think that is an important topic because that also has originated a decrease in our growth rate. And because of that, as a challenge in general in all of the countries, it is that we need to reactivate the economy. We were hoping that maybe next year, between 2023 and 2024, a 3% of increase. But today, with the increase of rates, it is going to generate that this won't be reached. So we are going to feel in the citizenship, we're going to feel this. We want to ask for new ships. While the pandemic was here, the demand went above. After the pandemic, the offer went above. So we didn't have the capacity of ships to be able to sustain that demand. The shipping lines began to ask and are constructing new boats. But in 2022 and 2023, 23, 24, this will arrive, and the price of the rate of the freights will diminish. The increase of freight has been terrible. So I want to touch the potential of the treaties. You have said, like Federico has said, the topic of the USMCA, the Pacific alliances, Mercosur, and all of these alliances will make us be able to overcome what today we are living. We see a topic of the Pacific Alliance, Peru, Colombia, Chile, Mexico. Those are agreements that are important because they don't only see what they said in the morning. They don't only see some tax fees, but they also see other topics that may improve logistics. We have seen logistics is not just infrastructure. It is a transformation of technologies as well. And I also like in the process everything that has been able to be done. For example, in Peru has been the integration between the public and the private sector. There is that integration because the processes are going to be improving both inside the barriers that we may have. And this is what we have. In general, the integration, the logistic integration through corridors, nodes, and that is what we need to push. And those are the challenges that all the countries should have. The cabotage, regional cabotage, sometimes there are barriers that stop this, but definitely it is important because it allows us to have that particularity. We are 90% or 80% of our trade in general is through the sea. So we require that this will be given, but I repeat, we may have the routes, but if there isn't a critical mass that makes the frequency of the ships, we will not have this. We may have good norms and everything, but if we don't have a critical mass in cabotage, Latin America, we need to work on that. So let's continue. The board has recommended to improve the ease of international trade, to train public services in everything that is logistic in port maritime. And I think it is very important to generate public policies for the generation of private investment. The same for activities in public activities, safety. Sometimes we don't see, and I speak on the behalf of Peru. It is very important for the transport and containers to have this and to strengthen the technological platforms. Those are very important pillars that we need to see in logistics. The digital transformation, and all of the countries need to work with ports and to improve the systems. That is going to be key in the following years, the way that you are doing. I am convinced in the generation of logistic communities, advices of airports that will allow us to integrate all of the stakeholders to be able to improve and develop our trade and improve in the citizenship. The countries that we are doing this today, the same. We hope that this small chat will have been of interest for you, and I am here at your disposition for any questions. Thank you very much. Augusto, please. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say hello to Carlos Landeros, Remy Suaf, Ricardo Colomé, Cesar de Anda, Federico Lepe, and my co-workers in the panel, and all of you. And I want to thank this great opportunity to visit this splendid country and to know the beautiful city of Guadalajara and discover Jalisco, discover that economical power of this region. And I have many ideas with that and the visit that we made yesterday. I want today to share with you the case and experience of the floriculture and exports in Colombia that may be illustrative for many of you. As I've always said, floriculture is an activity that is 50% agriculture and 50% logistic. This is what I want to talk to you about today. First of all, a context of the world trade of flowers, Colombian floriculture, logistic, and a little bit about our association. These are the countries that are exporting flowers in the world. Here we refer to flowers that go internationally. Mexico is one of the countries that has much more production in the flower world, but is consumed here. Keep on consuming flowers, fortunately. This is just what we sell, what we send. Holanda has 32%, it's been decreasing, then Colombia, Ecuador, and they are $11 million worldwide in producers. That production in consumptions is multiplied by 6 or 7. There is a great amount of added value. Holland imports. If we take away what Holland imports, 14% will give us something different. These are the countries that are importing. It is a species of Pareto. Many years ago, it was Germany first place, then it was the United Kingdom, now the USA, and there we have Holland that imports and re-exports. This is the history of floriculture in Colombia. From the 70s, it began in 1965. And last year, we reached $1,730 million and 300 million tons. COVID was a great pusher for this consumption. When people were at home, staying at home, people in the USA and Europe were bringing flowers to their home And they put into practice what many studies have done. Flowers give harmony and energy, and that has promoted the consumption. This year, in the first quarter, we have $1,225 million. To compare, in Colombia, the value per ton exported, 1 ton, these are prices that are implied of flowers, on average $5,700, then coffee with 3,000 and so, and topics like avocado, banana, and sugar and palm have different prices. That is an added value because flowers have the right of intellectual property. Flowers that are exported pay and have contracts and have rights and continually go out and have a lot of varieties. This is the generation of jobs, one of the actives that are important. 14 jobs per hectare. The other sectors are very far away. And most important is that our sector, all of these are formal employment with social security. In Colombia, on the field, 80% of employment, unfortunately, are not formal, they are informal. We have a lot of people, 200 direct employments. The production of flowers in Colombia is in those three areas with Denmark next to Bogota, Antioquia, a little bit more warm around the airport on the west, and in the coffee axis, which sells more over here. Colombia manages around 50 species of flowers. Rose is one, carnation is another one, and 1,400 varieties. That is what has allowed Colombia to get into the business of bouquets that go directly to the supermarkets of the USA. And we have 85% of that market. 80% of exports go to the USA and represent 70% of imports of USA. And the part of bouquets and the supermarket, we have 85%. And that is done only in 9,000 hectares of greenhouses. That is the investment and labor work. This is the export of flowers in Colombia, 78% to the USA, but we reach 100 countries. Sometimes crises bring opportunities, and when we had 10 years of revaluation of the peso, depreciation, devaluation of the dollar, many companies broke, and we made samples of sending flowers through the ocean, and it worked mainly. 8% goes through the ocean, and we are reaching places like Japan, Australia, United Kingdom, and some to the USA. Well, we began with the United Kingdom, and we are sending also to Chile. That is never going to replace the air transport, but it's a buffer that helps. Our exports to Mexico are minimum $40,000 1 ton in 2021. You are great producers of flowers. There is a great market. Continue consuming your flowers here, which is very important for us. The airport of Bogota, the exports, especially El Dorado, 80% are flowers. We have news that the El Dorado airport is the airport of most cargo of export in Latin America, and basically because of flowers. And the flowers are also the main produce in Miami, not only here but Ecuador and other places. And the other topics that are exported by air are this. This is an example of the logistic challenges that we have. This is Miami. We don't have until 2020 because they changed the methodology in Miami, those numbers, and we haven't been able to homologate. Here there are 3 years weekly, the 52 weeks of each year. And the green line is 2020, the other 18 and 19. Here they show you the challenge implied by Valentine's Day and Mother's Day. It triples the operation. That is something crazy, and to manage that is very difficult. We also see the green dotted line was higher in 2020, and in 2021 even higher. That was COVID, the greatest consumption. In the summer, sometimes we have to destroy flowers. During COVID, that didn't happen. Now we are finishing the challenge because people are going out on holidays, so we are going to see how we manage that. Here are some photographs of the production of flowers. This is an article, a perishable article that is very delicate. Bouquets like this go to the USA, very delicate, but in the management, this is what we see. So, though there goes the flowers, to be able to obtain that topic to reach in perfect conditions to the most countries that are like Japan is a very big challenge. And the logistic part and peaks is very big. Here we have all of the logistic process on the left, upper left, the momentum where they receive the order. And at the end, we have when they go into the plane. On the square is what we are working on right now, which is where we have most of the problems from the moment that it comes out of the field and it is given to the window of the terminal. So we need to improve that because we don't have an option right now facing the concession that is about to finish in El Dorado of widening the terminal. So we need to do it with management. And so here we have for St. Valentine's Day, those weeks we registered 13,000 registers. In one day, we had 746 buses in El Dorado. 75% arrive between 3 and 7 p.m. 70% are from third parties. 60 different types of vehicles, some very small. Many bring flowers for more than one horticulture. They have their own warehouse and they need to deliver it in different warehouses. There is a great diversity of sizes of crates that we have not been able to improve, and it generates problems in Miami on the buses to have an efficient use of space on the buses. But the client has the reason, so each one orders a different crate. So there we have the topic of the scanners. Each box individually passes through a scanner and we make metrics and we measurements of those cycles. There we have the three sites that produce flowers: Denmark, Antioquia, and the coffee Axel, but they only have two airplanes, two airports. And there we have the cycles from the moment that it comes out of the field until it reaches the airplane. Also, we see that in St. Valentine's and the peaks, it is more efficient than on average through the year, and that is because here we have the arrival of the cargo vehicles. Those are the hours, 5 p.m. in Antioquia. We have more vehicles. So that is the agglomeration. We don't have a control of that topic, and that is what we want to solve. A couple of years ago, we created in 2006 the pedal plan that was done by Azocol Flores, and we called many stakeholders and we said, look at this, it is a very important topic, it is a very delicate produce, and the efficiency of this falls on the cost and quality. So since November, we began to work with this pedal plan, which is coordinating all the stakeholders. These are from government. We have three ministries: trade, agriculture, and transport, civil aeronautics, Bismarck, which is Bogota and Pain, Rio Negro airplan, and six ports: three on the Caribbean and the Atlantic, and three on the Pacific and Buenaventura. Facing this and preparing us for St. Valentine, for the first time we opened a small office on the cargo terminal with the University of La Sabana. We are going to pick up statistics, which is what we need to analyze 75,000 students working by shifts between 6 p.m. and 2 a.m. That's when the airplanes leave, collecting what we think to improve with the growth of volume and the same terminal, the cargo terminal. We hope to optimize times. We worry about the safety of the workers. Imagine 700 buses turning around, there may be accidents. So we are looking to solve and have solutions to all of this. And finally, I want to talk to you about the association. As so-called Flores was made. Next year, we're going to be turning 50 years. Our purpose is to strengthen floriculture, sustainable floriculture, so that our flowers will bring well being and inspiring experiences. We work with 5 pillars. The main one is defense and representation, trade, promotion, innovation in all of the topics, information for the decision making process, and lastly, sustainability development. We are committed. We developed a certification that is called Flor Verde Sustainable Flowers 5 years ago. And we have the best standards. We have a lot of programs in social responsibility. Maybe it's something that we dedicate much more time and effort. We are an association that has 3 sites in Bogota, Medellin, and Pereira, 40 people, and we are linked to the main organizations, entrepreneurs of the country, the main associations. We were founders to the Agricultural Association of Colombia. We were founders of SECOL 25 years ago, the Council for the Sustainable Development that I preside now, which is a Colombian chapter of World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And in the markets, we are on the main organization, Society of American Florists, that has 140 years. It is in Alexandria. And Union Fleurs in Brussels. I am presiding the CEO board and has allowed us to make our management. More than 95% of the flowers produced are exported. The national market is around 3 or 4%. Many challenges, we have done a lot, and we have overcome a lot of obstacles as well. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Augusto. I think that there are questions right now that maybe you have done. We do have time for a couple of questions. Okay, here we have a question. 7 out of the 10 ports of containers that are most important of the world are in China. What does the USA plan to do to increase the competitivity? Angel, what does the USA plan to do? Well, I can speak about our experience in our country. As representative of the Mexican government of the port national system, you know that the maritime transport moves produce, and a country like China, which is the main exporter and importer of the world, exports to the USA and Europe. Most part of that trade goes out through ships. We in Mexico have a characteristic that is particular. 80% of our exports go to North America, the USA and Canada. And we have a border of kilometers with the USA. So much of our trade is done through land, train, and auto transport. So basically, an example that I can give you of this, 20 years ago, we exported towards Asia around 6% of our commerce. Now we are exporting through ships around 20%. We have tripled, but that isn't enough, because if our trade is concentrated with North America, it is not much what we can do on the maritime part. That's why I think what I was saying of diversifying and making new routes of transportation by sea in short areas to South America and the Caribbean to USA, to have origin and destination in a Mexican port, to contribute to grow the national ports and the movement of that cargo.
Thank you. Another question now for Houston. What are the conditions or factors that are necessary in order to achieve the integration of Houston and Guadalajara and the rest of Latin America? Thank you, Federico. I'm going to take a comment that you made yesterday. You need private sector to participate in the business model. In Houston, we are a municipal office and we speak to the airlines in order to establish connectivity or develop business opportunities. It sounds very interesting, the airlines say. I see you have the infrastructure, but a favor, please, can you tell us if there's a potential market? If I start a flight, will these entities give me cargo for my operations? So I believe that we need to develop a business case with participation by all actors and stakeholders, especially with Guadalajara. We know that you have many statistics. We also have gathered many statistics in the last 10 years. We've analyzed data. Data analysis has become very important to develop business models. In Houston, we have statistics for the Commerce Department, points of entry to the U.S. by type of product, the exit port, maritime by sea or air. Based on all of those statistics, I think that the objective would be to develop and identify specific products. In the case of Guadalajara, the development of cargo, electronic components is very strong. Therefore, we'd have to see what opportunities there are with Houston. We, as I said, have a lot of cargo in the energy sector, air and space sector. With electronic components, what companies require those services here? An important factor or a complicated factor, the proximity between Houston and Mexico makes it a lot more accessible for distributors or for companies who move cargo to say, well, I'll move this by land, by truck. And many times, sometimes they choose by sea. So products which need air freight, which are those factors, identify the participants, distributors, the companies that create such cargo or receive such cargo, and therefore develop very specific business cases for each. The next question is, would you have any example of collegiate work between Peru and Mexico, joint work to capitalize on exports to Asia in light of the Alliance for the Pacific Alliance? I still first give the microphone to Edgar and tell him what we're doing in that sector. The incorporation of Singapore to the Pacific Alliance as of January of this year has brought about a response by Singapore, which is not only a political response. Singapore, once again, lit up its DNA, which is in logistics, where the growth of Singapore began. Singapore's intentions, which it has put on the table, is what do we have to do to have a greater integration within the Pacific Alliance? And what they did was they said we would explore logistics, we would explore connectivity between Singapore and Latin America, and we will begin with Mexico. Two executives visited from the Ministry of Economy of Singapore here in Guadalajara, where we discussed and saw the opportunities and the feasibility of being able to truly develop a project which for many years we have been seeking. And as proof, we have here Jacobo Gonzalez from Index, Alonso Ulloa also from what at that time we were working on from the government side. It's this corridor of what we're speaking, the river trade between Latin America and Asia. This is a sea and air corridor. What we seek is how to truly, through this mechanism, through the different government agencies, to be able to achieve this. We have been knocking on Chile's door since last year with a greater intensity in order to give more air to this corridor, CN air corridor. We couldn't really participate in exports as a logistics center to China because of an agreement that we have, which included only possibility of Chile exports to China in the air and sea model through the Long Beach port and the LA airport. Chile has already requested a month ago the inclusion of Mexico, specifically the port of Manzanillo and the airport of Guadalajara, for exports from Chile to China. And next Monday, we have a meeting with Senacica in order to be able to obtain the permits, which we already had, to establish this international corridor we've established between what I say is the port of Manzanillo, Jalisco. I hope you don't feel bad about the way I say this, but the people of Colima don't like this term very much. But Manzanillo is a focal point for us, a point which we should take as an essential factor. But it will be very important to include it within this corridor, within this river trade. And with Colombia, I've spoken about this and discussed it with Augusto, the importance that Colombia has through the Bonaventura port. With Carlos, we also spoke about this situation. I think we will have this in a process where the volume and the industry will give us the steps that we should take in this sense. What projects do we have now? A very clear this Singapore project that we're working on now with Chile. Go ahead. I think that Federico has explained very well this topic. I consider that the partnerships and the free trade agreements are individually or either a group or country by country. We have established what the conditions should be, but sadly, there is still a lot to communicate about the easiness and the advantages, convenience of this free trade agreement. I think World Trade Center and everyone should give this type of information and communication to allow this. I think free trade imports, exporters are going to say that the objective is, let's say, customs. This is an economic activity. So the customs tariffs, sometimes the agreements do not consider cargo in transit. This will be in transit. I, as an exporter, send this to China, but if I don't prove at the time that there has been this exchange, intermodal exchange or transfer from Manzanillo, and from Manzanillo it moves by air to China. This is what we have to work on together. There is no impediment or obstacle from my point of view, but I think this is a way we can do it. I think that the project that is set forth is a very good project, and I will try to speak about it in Peru. Anything else? Okay, so the last question is 22% of what is imported by Texas and California comes from Mexico. In the East Coast, only 5% from the port perspective is so. What does Mexico plan to do to increase this? Houston can help us here. Work jointly with Mexico. In this case, speaking about the municipal office in Houston, in effect, the port of Houston receives cargo. And speaking about Miami and Florida, I believe that Miami has done very good work throughout the last 50 years, positioning itself as the point of entry to Latin America towards the United States. Very good work. Very respectful about it. The conditions today have changed. Technology of vessels and airplanes has changed. Miami had that relevance due to the capacity of airplanes there many years ago. And today, the technology now allows more points of access. The population, as I said before, especially in Texas, is growing. very much. So I think it's necessary to diversify. Miami and the products it receives in the airport are huge volumes. In Houston, we have the infrastructure and the space to grow. So, what can we do? As Houston, we can offer support to work with Mexican agencies in several factors to increase trade. This can be at a municipal level, this can be at a state level, or we can collaborate. We collaborate with the Port of Houston. It can be port to port, airport to airport in your case, and offer that support. What can Mexico do? Offer support to develop such activities. Thank you so much. I think time is over. We have additional questions. If we could go over these questions with the panel members. I also would like to thank all of our friends on the panel, their participation, their trip here. Thank you for having shared with us your experiences, your goals, and these projects which we have to strengthen, unite, and get to know in a much clearer way how we can work together, how we can have this critical mass as Latin America in order to have a better presence in world trade. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. And we would ask you to please stay on the stage. Stay on the stage just so that we can give you your recognitions. So please, thank you to hand out these recognitions. Token of recognition. Thank you to our moderator, Federico Lepe. Please give them a hand. Luis Avilés. Edgar Patiño. Augusto Solana. And Ángel Cortés Pérez. So please give a hand to each one of them and a photograph, please. We would like a photograph with all of you, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. A very strong applause for all of them. And this is the way that we finish with this first logistics, air and sea logistics panel. And now please a break. Outside we have coffee, water, fruit for all of you. It's also important to mention that we will see you 2 or 3 minutes before 11:30 so that we can begin on time. All of us who are with us via streaming, please don't leave this streaming. At 11:30 we will be beginning and continuing with our second panel. So please don't leave entirely. To all of you, thank you so much. And please go to you are invited to our coffee break.
There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud.
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila.
we continue by inviting everyone who's still outside to please join us so that we can begin our second panel, which is rates for logistics in the post-COVID world. Thank you for staying with us after this break, which we hope you enjoyed. And now we will begin with our second panel. Thank you to all of those who are with us also still by streaming. And we'd like to welcome our panelists, our moderator. And we would first like to especially thank those of us who are so important for the organization of this event, who are our sponsors, World Trade Center Guadalajara. Thank you to the National Chamber of the Tequila Industry and also Cervecería Capital Pecado Beer for being part of this event. So now we'll begin our second panel, the challenges for logistics in the post-COVID world. As a moderator, we'd like to welcome Dr. Jorge Acevedo, Mexican entrepreneur with development and logistics parks and international consultant on this matter. He is at this moment president of the WTC Guanajuato and moving development of WTCs in Nuevo Laredo and Dallas, Texas. Also, we would like to welcome our panelist, Javier Rius, Executive President of the Institute for Innovation in Logistics in Spain, a leading entity in the analysis of the logistics sector. Also, as part of this panel, Juan Sousa, President of SAC Logistics, a leading company in logistics in Mexico. And also we'd like to welcome Jaime Jovan Reynoso Ramirez, who, in addition to being the General Manager of TEN in Mexico, is the Secretary General of the National Council for the Production Industry and Export Manufacturing National Council. Guillermo Malpica Soto, Undersecretary for Industry and Trade for the State of Puebla, as part of the panel. Welcome too. Please, everybody take your seat. And please remember that if you find a card you have cards on your table for the questions. So at the end, we can give them to our moderator. Any questions you might have. Thank you so much and good morning. How did Guadalajara welcome you and greet you in Mexico? A lot of movement to receive you. Yes, we really did move to welcome you. So welcome to all of our hosts in Guadalajara for this wonderful forum, an event that is very important for the quality and these wonderful facilities that we have here. Thank you for this great effort. All of those from outside Mexico, all of those who are Mexicans, we are very proud to host so many people here, so many people working for this. And our panel members, thank you so much. We are working on an essential topic, a very important topic, which is logistics. I don't know if you experienced this, but logistics before or during the beginning of my professional career, we thought that logistics, when we thought about this, it was transportation and that was it. Logistics means transportations. That's what we thought. I don't know if we have seen and considered that the logistics team topic, as Federico said, logistics is a lot more. It's very interesting, but it also goes through stages. I don't know if logistics can be considered millennial or whether it's Gen Z or alpha generation. Our first panelist, Xavi, will tell us. I'm so proud of having this spectacular panel with the topics that each one of them is an expert in. These are political topics, logistics topics, European topics, and U.S. TECMEC agreement, U.S. Free Trade Agreement. If this panel doesn't leave you with many learnings, you and we will have lost an hour and a half. But if you can take something that you have learned here, then it will have made it worth it to invest this hour and a half here. Does anybody know what the term buca means? Anyone knows what buca means? Tabi, you cannot raise your hand. You can answer. We have gone through the buca topic to the ban topic. And let me explain a bit, because Xavi will explain it a lot better. The buca topic is like when a couple is just, falling in love, getting married, and they're telling them that they're going to have a child. That's what logistics was like. Sorry for this analogy, but buca is the letters volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So this is like, no, I'm not speaking about marriage, but when we are waiting a child. So this was what it was like before the pandemics. But today, logistics is a lot more millennial, a lot more Gen Z, Generation Z. Do you know what Bani means now? Bani, this is true. Bani means nothing that has to do with new generations. Those of you of new generations, I'm not worried. We're averaging ages here. I'm worried about those who are looking at us on streaming. I don't want to say anything about them, but Bani is it breaks easily, it's anxious, non-literal, and non-understandable, incomprehensible. This is what logistics is like today. Bani. Sabi, you're in Europe, the epicenter of logistics in Barcelona. You have to deal with company owners, but also young students. How is logistics being seen, this Bani logistics? How is it seen from your perspective in Europe? Thank you so much to Jorge Carlos Landeros for having invited me to participate in this panel and answering a bit your questions and taking the microphone on what Jorge was saying too. At the end, at least in Spain, Europe, but I think worldwide, the pandemic, and maybe just use this between quotation marks, has helped logistics, has put it on the scene. Before, it was a necessary evil. You had to transport things, you had to manufacture and buy, or else we can't sell. But it was like we had to pay a toll. But pandemics has put logistics as an essential factor in supply of merchandise and services to goods and services to society. In the pandemic, many factories stopped, but many others continued operating. Hospitals have had to receive materials, schools, some of them have continued working, and society in general has gone forward thanks to logistics. There is a functional topic which was at a corner before and has put focus. It has COVID has put a focus on it, and we have had to rethink many things. We have had to rethink why logistics has not become a strategic department in many corporations, why logistics does not go out of the closet and play in the game instead of being on the bench as it has been for many years. And logistics is also opening a path little by little. Logistics understood as all of the supply chain, purchasing, warehousing, distribution, is going to really become a strategic area in companies. And as such, it must guarantee supply. And this is where the terms that Jorge talked about come in, buca and bani. Today, our environment is uncertain, and logistics must exceed this. The environment is not predictable, but logistics must answer to this. A change in the paradigm from just-in-time of the 80s to the 2000 to the just-in-case. Just-in-time, it's I have no stock, everything flows, I'm reducing stocks. Nobody wanted any stocks in their warehouses, but COVID came and then I have stock just in case. I have something in my warehouse and I do this just in case. So supply chains are now not measuring only cost. They're measuring resilience. They're measuring guaranteeing supply. And they're also measuring other factors that were forgotten before. So this is my opinions. This change in paradigm where logistics comes from being on the bench to playing the game. Thank you, Xavi. And in sea logistics, maritime and air logistics, in Mexico at least, we are comparing ourselves. We always are using the parameters of our main trade partner, which is the US. Sometimes we leave Canada a bit behind, and we should not. Today, what is the logistics sea and air operation in the United States and of what is happening in Mexico and this comparison in the operations of logistics? First, thank you. I'd also like to thank your invitation to participate here for everyone who's present here with us today. And as you have been saying in this topic worldwide of logistics has gone through a transformation from before and after COVID. I do not disagree, but I think that with our experience, that it was always susceptible to what was not comprehensible, predictable, what we had never thought about. Those who are in logistics, I say, are masochists. We like this, but it depends a lot on the lines, the freighter. And in answering your question, in the US, obviously, there was a phenomenon. There was this phenomenon of a lack of supply with containers, a lack of containers. The mislocation of empty containers, which then brought about complications in having cargo in a timely fashion. So when we start supplying containers or their operation became regular, then the ports became congested. This is a phenomenon which is incomprehensible, as from one moment when we said there was no demand at a certain point, and therefore there was demand reduced, there were no containers, the shipping lines have to reduce offers, and maybe some vessels were taken out of circulation. All of this complicated traffic and handling of cargo. And this brings about, in Long Beach, for example, when everything is decongested, then there was saturation in the port, and therefore a lot of operations went through Manzanillo with a new scheme through the strategic tax warehouses and interior ports, and then it returned to the U.S. in order to evade the Long Beach port.
And that made a business opportunity, but it's something that is eventual. But it also made that conglomeration in Manzanillo was a lot. And today they are leaving that. Today in Mexico, it's extremely volatile, the topic of market in the sea. When we were in January, December, $16,000 per container. Today, previous the week that is coming for the holidays in China, freights of $3,000. It is something, it is hard to understand the volatility, but everything ends reducing into an offer and demand. This is because of sea transport and air transport. And suddenly, with COVID, we saw there was a problem of lack of containers, lack of equipment, and we've all lived it. But we also have the lack of raw material, Jovan. And what does this happen? Because something is when it happens to our clients or when we make a speech and we say, it happens over there. But when it happens to you and your clients and you stop supply chains and production, this is a chaos. Yes, it's very heavy. Good morning. Thank you to my good friends of World Trade Center Guadalajara, Gaby, Manuel, Alan, of course, Ricardo Salome. It's a pleasure to come back home after 20 years. Mr. Lopez, also send you hugs. And thank you very much. Yes, Jorge, like Xavi says, and Juan. In my case, in Guanajuato, I am in charge of logistics of imports of chemicals of high specialty to bring these chemicals and assessment to skin leather productions. We are on the supplies chain of chemicals. After the pandemic, we had a situation where there was no material. Even though we asked for the material, they didn't arrive. And we had to look for ways to bring these chemicals in Europe, especially. They came from Germany. But I want to focus on costs. But these materials, there came a time when imagine a material that cost 80 cents per kilo, we had to transport it through plane. That was out of context. It's out of your cost. But we had the need to make air freights from Germany to Guanajuato because if we didn't give the material, the production line would stop and that would be even more expensive. So what was the role of the game? It was better to have it expensive than not have it. And that helped us to keep on making business, to give the certainty to my clients that even though the cost, I was going to have the material. Sometimes we shared those extra costs, those freight costs, but we had the certainty that we were going to guarantee the supply. What I was saying about Germany, my main supplier is a German company called Basque. I guess many of you know it. On the sector of shoes and leather, and we see all the tanneries of North America, Basque began to have a supply of problem of energy, in this case gas. They had to notify us that probably they wouldn't have supplies, or if there were supplies, it would have an increase in cost. This increase was almost 300% in 1 year. This cost, we as a company, we cannot absorb it. We had to transfer it a percentage to our clients. But what is funny, Ricardo, is that part of the anecdotes that we had, that cost that I am transferring to my clients, I still don't see it as a repercussion in the market. It hasn't increased. These prices haven't increased to the consumption. That means that inflation hasn't stopped. It's going to continue. But as industrial, we have the commitment of supplying the material, seeing the market. But it is worried that the winter is coming in Europe. They have to heat up houses with gas. Otherwise, they're going to use coal, I don't know, or wood. And that is going to be an extra cost that is going to hit us once more in the following months. But we cannot stop consuming those materials. At least there are alliances between high technology of Europe and would translate to the American continent. That would be good. But while that happens, we are going to have to face maybe to jump in a new increase of prices of the materials. That is the experience that I have for now, because, like you say, it's just the beginning. Guillermo, the role of the governments, the state governments, this is not something easy because we have to see the in-how, the in and out of the vision of the free trade agreements, administer them, how to manage them, promote them economically, how to see the logistic topics, how to make companies remain in our states, in our countries. What is the role? How does a government act, or a public servant, how does he see to this? Because sometimes we think as citizens that the public workers do not necessarily understand the situations that we live as entrepreneurs. What is happening in Puebla? And from your experience, how do you see to all of this? Thank you. Good morning. And thank you for the opportunity of participating in this panel. Thank you for WTC Guadalajara. And it's a pleasure to be learning of great experts present in this panel with me. I have a mixed experience, almost always on the public sector, a brief step through the private sector in Monterrey, but mostly all of my life in the public sector, from the federal government, 20 years negotiating the free trade agreements, and now, since 2 years ago, in the state government of Puebla. So what I can say is I do believe there is a non-connection at the beginning between the language that the public server uses and the language that the ones in the private sector use. There is no connection between the commercial manager and the regulator. So the best way, and this is one of the things that the pandemic has taught us, if there is a lesson from COVID, is collaboration. The best remedy is to get together, share from our trenches what we can do, and collaborate and speak the same language and go to the same place. So from the free trade agreements, we see it is necessary for the economical growth in general and for the growth of trade in the countries. There should be a logistic strength in the countries. That is very clear. But if you see the free trade agreements, like Federico said in the last panel, there is no... If you make a search on the text of the USMCA, you will not find often the word logistic, even though it's everywhere in the treaty. So what has been missing is the vision of what it means, the logistic development of the country. There is no chapter that speaks on logistics. There are chapters that speak on negotiation and service and transporter services, about transport, about professional services, technologies of information, digital economy, easiness of trade. This has to do with logistics. This has to do with the development in the supply chain. But there is no vision of togetherness. So there is a big opportunity in this new reality of COVID that makes us work together to sit down and make projects that have to do with the elements that form part of the concept of logistics. The USMCA, and we can speak about it later, has a chapter that no other treaty has on competitivity. It is like a box, a tailor box that you can propose projects that have a transversal environment that has to deal with many topics, and that has to do with competitivity of the region of North America. So it is there that we have an interesting opportunity to do those things. And from the state government, what I have learned to close this first intervention is a vision of the field, how these things operate. The treaties are 30,000 feet above, and when we get to the state government, we see there is a lot of work where the government can begin to strengthen the supply chain of the industries present. how we become attractive as a state for new investments that bring the supplies in this changing environment that the pandemic brought, and also the international joining, like the war China-USA, the World War, Russia-Ukraine, the lack of containers, how we make this transition, how we face the challenges of electricity, electromobility, the demands of sustainability in production. All of that, the governments need to be thinking to see how they strengthen infrastructure, trainings, connections, but different means of transportation. This is what we do. Thank you, Guillermo. You may ask, and us from a World Trade Center, from our company, from our area, how do we help our clients? How do we help our companies? How do we promote a new culture? How do we take chance of a networking, a relationship between Latin America? How can we strengthen and erase those separations that were given by the continents, the economies? What can we do, us that are here, that it doesn't depend on us, a free trade agreement if we don't sign it? How can we see in the field all of this? Where do we start, Xavi? Do we study? Do we read? How do we prepare ourselves? How do we strengthen the networking? What do we do? Give us a tip. I think the first step is understand the consumer, because we are all consumers. The final consumer has to be near, because we have business B2B that we sell entrepreneurs, but they also sell them, and at the end someone sells to the consumer. So the first challenge, and that is forms part of the networking, is to share, is to understand the consumer of today. What does he want? We were talking about sustainability. That is fundamental. In Europe, in 10 years, the consumer is not going to buy anything that is not sustainable. The same as today. We don't buy, that we buy each time less something that is not healthy. 10 years ago, you went to the supermarket, you saw some chocolate chip cookies with fats and sugar that were really good. No one saw the ingredients, just ate it. Now the consumer is selective. That cookie, that chocolate cookie, if it has sugar, fats, does not buy it. And with sustainability, the same thing is going to happen. In the packaging, we're talking about starting to leave out the cold print from the origin to the shelf, each project. So if a company, a logistic, a transitory, a manufacturer, passing from not being sustainable to being sustainable, is a lot of money, a lot of time, with which if we don't begin to start right now acting, the company is going to be out of place. So the first challenge is use this networking to understand where the logistic is going to. Logistic is not about giving bulks. I'll give it to you on time, and you're happy. That was before. Now, I'm going to give it to you in a sustainable manner. I will manufacture it inside where they respect the norms, the labor norms. I don't use chemical products that are contaminants. Each time everything gets more complicated. The consumer wants something fast. In Spain, they are beginning to put supplies in 15 minutes. I asked in 15 minutes, and I want it in 15 minutes. Why? Because it is necessary to ask and receive in 15 minutes, next to what makes it very complex, the transportation to other cities. That balance is correct. So if we don't begin to align the supply chains, and that all of the stakeholders begin to understand where we are going to, or these consumers are going to, and begin to work in a coordinated fashion, manufacturers, cargo agents, naval, governments with the customs topic, transitories. If all of this chain is not aligned, the consumer is going to receive things he doesn't want, or he's not going to receive things. The first challenge is understand. The second challenge is align. And there, I think that this ecosystem of World Trade Center, there are many steps from this chain. And from there, we need to begin to articulate them and align them. To me, that would be what you need to do. Thank you, Xavi. I agree with Xavi. We are living right now a situation, economical situation, where the regionalization is part of the new context. Globalization, we've tried it. It was really good to buy things from all over the world and to receive it. And here there is a big opportunity for WTC that yesterday with my friend Juventino Zavala, we were discussing World Trade Center is the grandfather of Alibaba. You know what Alibaba is right now. World Trade Center was 40 years before that. But because of the information was very selective for certain people, it wasn't public. Alibaba, when he became public, comes with more projection to the consumers. And because of Juventino, you can make a good project that all of the WTCs should add to their associates to interchange materials and regionalize ourselves so that we can be faster, cheaper, and more have more opportunities. I'm going to change my hat of Invex so we can join this chain. We in Invex are the Association of Maquila Companies. It was born in the border in the 70s that curiously the Chinese came to take as a model to professionalize and to make mass production in China. They took it from here, Mexico. But anyway, they have won this for many years. This association, we as entrepreneurs and export, our association has around 3,000 companies. We are the industry of industries in Mexico. We do the maquila for all the brands here in Mexico. But we haven't been able to capitalize the market of the USA because we still have a lot of to do. So in these companies that you've just mentioned, we as entrepreneurs of exportations export 60% of everything that Mexico exports. We do that. And almost 20% of the people that have insurance, we support them. They are employees with Social Security that pay taxes. We are up to date. We comply with all the norms of the country and foreign countries. And it is a good opportunity that World Trade Centers and companies that we export should be able to do something so that we can support this regionalization that I say. Now I'm going to pass to the other area, which is leather and shoes. Guanajuato makes 85-90% of the shoes made nationally, and we export a lot. But everything that Mexico exports to the USA is 1% of the shoes consumed in the USA. Being so close, 1% is what Mexico participates. The rest, is Singapore, Vietnam, and China. And in this context of regions, World Trade Center could bring us information or contacts to be able to increase the levels of participation in the American market. So I leave you the question, if there are ways that you can support us as WTCs to be able to do the match and professionalize this regionalization that I say. Juan. And in that, for us that we are here, how can we understand the nearshoring, not just among Mexico and USA, Latin America, and add what Xavi has said, what Jovan has said, in how we can read and use that networking that we have inside the World Trade Centers and the networkings that we have. This is on the hard part of logistics that you manage. I think that we all know that Mexico is in a geographical position that is very good. It has a Pacific coast, the Gulf, next to the USA. It is a natural door for Central America. And something that we perceive is that maybe we have bureaucracy, and I say that to Jovan. The topic of the centralization in the ports, a geographical a centralization that is not geographical but operational on the entry ports. All of us, Xavi, and in Europe they can see that any cargo that reaches via France, Paris, or Frankfurt, or Luxembourg, the internal transit by bus to any other destination is agile overnight, which that is translated in efficiency. Sorry to say, in Mexico, except for some cases like the cargo that reaches the Mexican airport or concessionaries that are moved by bus in Guadalajara to Monterrey, after that, there are no internal transits that don't depend exclusively. And these agglomerations that are given in the airport makes the operations inefficient. The topic of freight tariffs, I understand very well. If you have a product that costs 80 cents when an air freight costs in Europe around 5 euros per kilogram, how can we do, or what can we do to support this cost of more than 500% of what the product cost in freight when we have other business? And to that we add, when it gets to Mexico, because of infrastructure, and not just infrastructure, I would say maybe norms and transit regulations. It is difficult in air cargo. There are 2 free days to store it, and practically it's an odyssey. There was an importer that needs to dispatch this in 2 days. That would translate into cost of storage, and that keeps on adding costs. And if you go to the port, it's even worse. In Manzanillo, an operation, since the boat arrives until it leaves, it takes around 9 days. When there are 7 days free of storage, because of containers, they have lowered the 10 days of delay. And that agglomeration on the port that they charge really high would be reduced or mitigated, leaving the port, the internal ports empty or, not drowned. And we could never launch the logistic part in the housing area, but the logistic hub that we should have is not used. If we could do it, but I don't see it. They are managing this in the government. For the 35 companies to eliminate the need of transportation of transport that is very, very high, it would be something very easy if the government did not trust a cargo that goes from one cargo to the next and they're not going to get paid. They should have an insurance. You make an insurance over the taxes, and if they get stolen, well, they will pay. But I don't think it should be that complicated. I give you an example. I'm sorry that I get out of the topic of Mexico, but I am from Uruguay. When in Montevideo, when we had problems in the ports, when we had union problems, the freight went through Brazil, which is the port most southern, and the transit moved from one place to another. And the problematic that we had in Montevideo was solved, and it was an international transit, not just internal transits, but international transits. Freights that today go to Rosario in the north of Buenos Aires enter through Montevideo, and they make a transit to Rosario, and it doesn't need to pass by the agglomeration of Buenos Aires. There are a lot of alternatives, and that doesn't mean that you have to fight or to give the other country more benefits, but it should be a competition, a healthy competition. You won't have conglomerations somewhere. And today the terminals, I don't want to speak more about that, but it's sad to say it's an oligopoly. And they put the prices that they want to give. If I don't have space, your cargo doesn't go out, but I'm going to charge you for storage. And I couldn't position you, or I couldn't position the crane for you to load. I'm going to give you space for 3 days, but if you overpass the 3 days, I will charge you for storage. Those things are not congruent. I don't want to judge, but at least that's my point of view. If they open that, it would be more efficient. All the logistics, Xavi, once it gets to the port or the border, to end up, or it has to end up, and the customs should work a little bit more. It seems that the pinpoint was for you. Speaking about the topics of the role that the governments play, the government, and not because you represent one or a brand or another or a state or another, that role and participation, that closeness with the entrepreneurs. What can you say? What do we do? How do we decrease the sensibility? How do we increase it to the governments? That has to do with communication. There has to be a constant communication with the agents in the place where they have a responsibility, a public responsibility. The public policy will work to see the needs of the entrepreneurs and not to dictate what has to be done. There is a different focus on public policy that implies more participation of the ones that suffer the consequences of regulations and norms that the governments take. On the topic of industrial policies, I think it is fundamental right now to develop all of this supply chain that allows us to use the nearshoring. It is happening now in Puebla. There are investments like results of the situation of shortening the supply chains and make them regional. And the role of the government has to be to listen to the companies. In Puebla, for example, there is a project to launch an industrial policy and state policy that will go through an exercise of discussion tables with all of the companies established in the state. An exercise coordinated so that recommendations that come out will answer to the needs and not just from my desk say what I have to do. It also goes through the support, physical support and infrastructure. The airport of Puebla is an airport that has a high potential. Right now it's not used. And it has a great opportunity right now in this new configuration of the airport system. Talking about the new airport, Felipe Ángeles, and the location of Puebla as a door to the southeast, which is a priority of this administration. So, to strengthen the capacities, to strengthen the capacity of cargo or freight in the airport, to make life easier for the companies, to be an interlocutor. It has to do with the flows of merchandises and services. This has a federal cut, but the state government has the mission of being a link with this federal government that reacts better when a state government comes instead that when a company comes to them. So it is those type of things. And the cluster policies, like I said, the magic word is collaboration. The policy of making clusters, industrial clusters, service clusters. That is the road to make the stakeholders in a collaborative scheme. We saw it in the panel before with the experience of Colombia exporting flowers. It is a cluster to export flowers to the world, like in the case of the business school of Harvard. So I think the cluster policy can be used for the logistic topic and to have there the stakeholders that give continuity to the development projects. The governments come and go. Governments last 6 years and then they change. So we need a scheme like clusters who has the singing voice right now in the industry and the government has a seat, then do what you need to do, but do not dictate.
So this is getting good. And if we continue with this analogy that logistics today is going through this alpha era where the millennials, we've passed them. I think I need some more light here in among those in sitting here in the public. I'd like to change the structure of the panel, saying that logistics is that teenager. And here we have the psychologist, the specialist for child conduct or attention problems. I'd like to share a bit for each while they have some questions for you. Take advantage of your presence here. Just tell me about a minute and a half, each one of you, an experience of any problem that you've had in your sector, how you solved it with new technologies, new information, and this new resiliency in the market. So please, for them to prepare their questions, and you talk about a case of success or a complicated case. I don't know if it's success or failure, but it's a very strange case, surprising case. Today, in Spain, this is happening. Today in Spain, the manufacturers of automation, the big groups are thinking about electric cars. Automobile manufacturers, I think in 2026, they are launching this new transformation from fossil fuels into electric cars. There's this awareness also for electric batteries. And the question that is the society is thinking about and considering is that there's no network of chargers to support this transformation. They're being built, so thousands of electric cars will be built, and there's no network to guarantee that. Of course, I can go to a gasoline station with fossil fuels. There are many points of supply for gasoline. I don't have to really suffer about where the next gasoline station is. But with an electric car in a city like Barcelona, you have maybe 30 charging points. You don't have them at parking places or in buildings. So to build that is a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. So this is an example of how things have to be parallel between the private sector and public sector decisions. In Germany, there are chargers, electric chargers, or in the north, they have chargers everywhere, but not in Spain. An electric bus coming from Germany to Spain, when they reach the Pyrenees to the north, no problem. Crossing the Pyrenees at the 600 kilometers without any battery, it'll stop there. So these common policies throughout Europe have to be aligned between the public and private sector. In this case, this is a current case, what's happening now, and if we do nothing in 3 or 4 years, there will be a very serious problem. And it's a true case, and it's happening now. Sorry for my ignorance, but here in Mexico, you're working on that coherence between electric cars, chargers. I don't know, but there are some initiatives, universities where you see these electric chargers, but it's as very similar to what you have said. I don't think we have that capacity to attend this problem versus future demand. There is a question here already. You were going to give an example, I think, very quickly, and then we'll go to the first question. An experience that we've had in this sector of leather, the marketing balance that brands give us, that we shouldn't contaminate, pollute, we shouldn't kill cows to make shoes. It's not well directed, as it is focused on consuming feet made from plastic, which is even more polluting than natural leather. So I'd like to share this with you, to tell your grandchildren, your children, because there is a lot of confusion about this. Cows are killed so that we eat the meat, not to make shoes. Leather before used to be just a waste material. And technologically, it was given an added value to use it in shoes, furniture, cars. This is a tradition which, through this marketing of the brands, has been decreased with these vegan shoes. But this does not exist. This is plastic. Plastic pollutes much worse than leather. For us as an industry, this is hurting us, because if you buy a Tesla with these plastic seats, you're not really helping the ecology that much. There's this ambiguity that should not exist. So I invite you to share this among your families, to really do leather furniture. You buy leather shoes with 100% natural leather, and to not forget that vegan shoes is plastic. So what will happen to Tesla once it's obsolete? What will happen to the batteries? What Xavi said. When the product comes in, we have to think in reverse logistics, green logistics. And we're speaking again about logistics. Sometimes among even ourselves, we forget and we use logistics as a term for transportation, but it's much more than just moving goods. And you have really spoken about an essential element with Xavi, along with Xavi. Federico, is there a microphone that can be shared? And then you, Eugenio. I think he has important things to say too. So you have just said this with Xavi. We were speaking about supply for electric cars and the life cycle of batteries. Europe is doing measures in this sense because it's a huge danger for dead lithium batteries. If we're speaking of pollution, there's no comparison of the pollution created by lithium batteries. I remember with AGP in the 80s with the German government that determined that the electronic industry, it was unacceptable, all of the garbage that they were creating, and that we would be responsible for everything having to do with the recovery and recycling of products that we launched into the market. So what will happen with electric cars? It's not just where do I get the power, but how will I later throw this away? I know that there are projects to replace lithium. So how much will it advance? Where will it go? We don't know yet. While the microphone reaches Eugenio, Juan, you wanted to say something? Yes. With this dynamics that we're discussing about sharing our experiences and what has had to do with what's happening in the market today, having to seek alternatives and not just stay there with your arms crossed. What can we do in the current problems and issues with logistics where we have moved huge lines, let's say of bottling for 80 containers, oversized containers. We have clients that supply the breweries here. I won't say any brands, but the biggest breweries, Cuauhtémoc, Moctezuma, and Grupo Modelo, they supply them. Well, there's also a soda company, but these are bottling lines for beer. But all of these problems with containers has created that the port we leave from Italy or France, but because of space issues in the Mediterranean, we must look for alternatives. Something that's repetitive here is that with issues of mobility, we have to, for example, if there's a problem in Geneva or Livorno and there are no containers, there are vessels that carry cars due to the chips, all of that. The production went down, their demand went down for car transportation, but we would have to use these boxes, Red Bulls, when these are in warehouses, in car warehouses. We would use this type of vessel, which was a solution for the car automobile industry. So we hope this allows for mobility to begin again. But what many times we have to deal with is looking for solutions and finding those alternatives. We can think about there being a problem even in lines of containers. Strategically, it's whether maybe a vessel then cannot go out, cannot leave, and then there's more demand for the next vessel, and prices would just go up. So we must look for alternatives. We have to start complaining and start looking, but here we do need the support from the government. And what's essential also is the work of associations and institutions so that as a block you can do things. Just one person by itself is like fighting against the windmills. But in this here, in governments, in Mexico, wherever they're the same, I think that governments have to be facilitators, not legislators, understand the requirements and the needs of the companies and the consumer and society and facilitate this happening. That is a complicated role. Before we give the microphone to Guillermo, Eugenio raised his hand. And Juan, just to add to what you said, as Jovan had said, today the problem is not that we don't have containers, it's that the raw materials, there aren't enough raw materials to get the container out. And if there's no communication between us, then we can't make this a solution. So innovation within logistics is also essential. Thank you, Jorge. Eugenio Reyes, World Trade Center, Monterrey, of the Autonomous University of Nuevo León. It's great to see friends from many long years ago. Jorge, you are saying that whoever forecasts, makes any forecast, is an expert in explaining yesterday what didn't happen today. It's basically impossible to try to make any forecasts. And in this bizarre world of logistics, I don't know if we could think that this will be a world where we go from a national specialization, because globalization can't be doing everything for everyone, but maybe to regional specializations, because with these topics of nearshoring threats, strategic products, and those that are considered as national interest products, I don't know if this will take us back to a kind of blocks where within the same block we will be thinking about certain logistics, holistic logistics, different from those that the world had been doing in the last 150 years. Well, once again, they gave the ball to you, Guillermo. Yes, answering this question by Eugenio, and the logic, the dynamics of this new reality takes us towards strengthening of regions, regional agreements such as TEMEC and Pacific Alliance, such as the Seoul Treaty with Central America. These are treaties, and that's their intention. We have to take advantage and leverage these agreements. And since I have the microphone, I'll tell you also of an example in the state of Puebla government where there was an important challenge and how we were able to solve it, how we thought we solved it, and then in the end, finally, we were able to solve it. So we bring Audi a few years ago to Puebla, the second largest auto manufacturer in the state. It had to be located in a municipality called San Jose, Chiapas, 40 minutes from Puebla. We had to build all of the infrastructure in order to work together with the Audi people, all of their supply chain, all of their input products, strengthen power and energy input products. We built the city. If you don't know it, you can go there. Ciudad Modelo, model city. It didn't exist. We built it together with Audi. It has everything in this concept of clusters as considered in Asia and in the Southeast Asia. In one place, we have the industrial location, a city with housing, shopping centers, with everything that is necessary for life, parks. It's an entire city, but they don't have a mayor. They have a general director, as this is a decentralized public agency. And of course, we bring highway networks, modern roadways, and the rail section, and we brought high voltage energy connections so that Audi could produce here. This was sustainable, 15 minutes you could walk the entire city. But the supply companies did not come. They went to Tlaxcala, just nearby. In the city of Tlaxcala, they went there. And Ciudad Modelo was an empty city then, because the supply companies did not establish there. This was about 5-6 years ago. And now the solution has been, we're working with Audi and with all of the 96 tier ones we have in the States to see how can we have this transition to electric, this challenge of sustainability in the state. And we decided that Ciudad Modelo will be the electromobility hub for the entire country. We brought a business with co-investment from the US and Puebla and China to make electric cars and buses. We strengthened the cargo infrastructure network. We doubled the charging stations and charging sectors with a partnership with companies who build charging stations. Our objective is to have a connected state which is mobile and has everything that is necessary for all of the new suppliers. If we want to continue being competitive in the automotive industry, we need to have this in operation, and that's where we're moving now. So now going into the closing of this panel, it has been incredible to work with these people in preparing. And I thank Magdalena and Carlos, who were a very important part for this panel to be a reality. All that's missing is tequila to keep on talking. I think you'd like some too. But we will now move towards closing this panel. So after COVID, what? And also after the trade war between US and China, what? After the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, what? And whatever is coming, are we prepared? Are we understanding this young person called logistics who's growing, becoming a teenager, and then an adult, and then a grandfather? Can we prepare this logistics person? What follows after COVID? Who wants to close? Closing remarks. Basically, I believe the great learning we've had is that the future cannot be predicted. So we don't have to spend time, resources in forecasting the future. It's very difficult to forecast. So we must spend resources to adapt to whatever's coming. Creating, networking, logistics networks, all that should be focused for in that the current scenario could change. So our focus should be creating networks that are adaptable, can be adapted, to create supply chains which can adapt to these changes. It's reshoring, nearshoring. In Europe, we never have raw materials. We have to buy all of our raw materials from the outside. We have none left. Maybe we have production from Asia to Europe, but we will need raw materials and inputs. In Europe, we don't have that. There's very few minerals, very few coal. So in that sense, Europe will need to grow towards what Jorge was saying, alliances, partnerships, long-term partnerships with zones that are politically stable, economically stable, and culturally close. And I think this is the solution I'm giving. Latin America, in its entire extension, is much closer, culturally much more stable, although there are some problems in certain areas, but a lot more stable economically than other places. So I believe that one of the challenges that's very important for Latin America is to take the lead, to be that factory, that supplier for Europe. Reshoring will not have a place in Europe. Europe has no raw material. Europe has to buy from the outside to find the supply. So I think those international partnerships, those public-private partnerships, those alliances between private companies have to be made with a certain coherence and step up, because light years from now, I think that Latin America, the problem that one has can be a prize for another one. So you must take that step through the World Trade Centers, through the governments, the companies. But that would be my first conclusion. I would recommend that. my humble recommendation. So go ahead, please. Thank you. I agree. I think the key term is adaptability. I think we try to prevent, that's a base of many of our businesses, to have our risk matrix mitigate everything that can affect us. But there are things that are unpredictable, as happened with the pandemics. Today we're ready that if another pandemic comes, a different disease, then maybe all of us will be much more adapted to how to quickly exit. I think in our time, all of us were able to overcome, and this was a very good test for all of us. But this adaptability has to do with regionalization, as Giovanni said, and Xavi also said. And there does have to be, try to understand agencies and go towards certain specific points. We don't have the same raw materials or resources everywhere, but we must start to understand where the alternatives are. If in a certain rate the place there's a problem, then there we will find something somewhere else. In South America, cereal production has grown a lot because of all of the problems in Ukraine. But as he says, if one's problem can be another person's reward. But we cannot compare, of course, the supplies of what is not supplied in one place and what has been able to do with cereals and that growth in other places. Even in the beer industry, there was problems finding malt. So where can we look for alternatives so that we don't depend on just one market? And I think regionalization beyond free trade agreements is collaboration, being reciprocal, and what Mexico has might be lacking in Brazil, or what Brazil has might be lacking in Argentina. It's difficult sometimes to look for an alignment between governments because this is a great influence too. But I think that's the way we should move. I totally agree with Xavi. We can't be thinking about what will happen in 10 years because, well, David Copperfield doesn't work anymore, and there are things that we have to think about today. Of course, we have to think about tomorrow, but realistically, not just any conjecture. Thank you, Juan. Jorge, I think that there's a very good opportunity in this forum for WTC to be the guiding light for regionalization of countries and sectors. As I said, WTC is the grandparent of Alibaba. All of the contacts, all of the companies were there since 40 years ago. So it's just how to see how we can connect with each other, how the WTCs can help us to have a trustworthy supply regionally in order to face the commitments we have in the manufacturing sector. This is a very good forum, a very good opportunity. We hope that you can be this guiding light that will help company owners to have regional suppliers that are certified, that are feasible, so that we can have better costs, better times of delivery. Quality's there. But I also think through the WTCs, these could be the ambassadors to attract technology. Also, maybe they can drive development of new degrees in universities that are needed in regions. Not only engineers that are study here and are exported to Europe, but just help them for their ideas to be created here in the region and contribute that technology to benefit trade between nations. That's part of the slogan. So I think this is a very good opportunity. And I leave that seed here. I hope it helps, and I hope you water it a bit so that there can be growth of this idea. Thank you. And now, Guillermo, thank you. In addition to closing, I'd like to thank the opportunity to share in this panel. And I echo what has been said, a change in the focus as after COVID, we have this priority of risk management more than cost optimization. Risk management, which is rational, and in everything that's possible for it to be flexible. This is what governments have to learn from at every level. They have to have a structure which is not so obese or rigid, which can be more flexible in responding to the needs of the economy. We need, in this idea of risk management, as had been said, we have 14 free trade agreements with 52 countries. More than 80% of our trade is with the US. So it's not enough to have a lot of treaties. That doesn't mean that we diversify our trade. What really creates diversification in trade is what Jovan said, using the expertise of organizations such as WTC in order to bring to a reality all of this framework of rules that already exist in trade, looking for alternatives to this changing world. And there's just 10 minutes left for any question. Any question that someone wants to ask? Questions, if please take advantage of what our experts are saying, are here. Federico, I think you have a question. More than a question, it's an extension of what you were talking about in flexibility. I think there's something that has tied us back, and in international cases are the liberties, 5 liberties. We have to open to these 5th liberties. This is tying back our hands, and we can't use the air resources in a way that is much more efficient. The other point related to this, I forgot what the other question was. If you remember, tell us. Any other question by the panelists, for the panelists? I remembered. The other point is the marketing commercialization of airlines. For example, Europe. How Iberia operates. How Air France and Lufthansa operate. How difficult it is for them to leave their hubs, how difficult to have alternate points of entry into Europe, which has created for Asian airlines to come in. Qatar, Turkish Airlines, Emirates, and then Europe starts protesting, but they don't want to move 1 meter from their hubs. We need greater flexibility in order to have achieved that connectivity, which is varied, and not everything to move to their hubs in Frankfurt, Charles de Gaulle, Luxembourg, or Schiphol, and there by highway go wherever you want to go. I think that's some of the flexibilization we don't have now. There's your microphone too.
We were saying before, these prioritize the costs and prioritize other things like flexibility and adaptability. The hubs is focused on optimizing costs and an economic efficiency. So in a world, like we said, that is changing and unpredictable, at the end you need to create logistic structures that are flexible, not focused just to cost. This is a concept that is archaic, and it's going to be even more. I agree with that. It's not that I disagree with that, but it has its logics in efficiency, the topic of hubs. It does happen with Air France in Paris, British in London, and it's going to happen with Lufthansa in Frankfurt. And they have appeared, and luckily they have appeared, in my point of view, one like Turkish in Istanbul, Qatar Airways in Katoha, and Emirates, that have taken the market, and any of these that are in that area have been supplying the market of Asia. Today, the air traffic that comes from Shanghai and all the east coast of China, which is the main commercial area, manages through Qatar Airways, and freight from Europe also goes from there. Before it was centralized, it was British for India because it was a colony, has good frequencies to go to New Delhi, London, Mexico. Lufthansa had a really big hub in Dallas that maybe you know about it, but in a certain way, I think it's logic that those hubs should work efficiently. The advantage that Europe has is that the road mobility, because inter-Europe are small airplanes, they do manage freight, but they are passenger flights and not cargo flights, because it's not efficient to travel a cargo in a short distance. What is efficient is, for example, in Puebla, I would see very logical that a freight, the ones that manage 777, 747, also cargo locks that has a lot of cargo that reaching Mexico, there should be a minimum of at least a 55-foot crate that should be taken to customs in Puebla and to be seen to in Puebla, and that way you can free some space in the airport in Mexico. This is a waste to fiscalize and storage there when we have a lot of freight in the Bajío area. We would be really good to have San Luis and a great zone in the Bajío area. There is cargo for a 53-foot crate with 20 tons. Manage all of the cargo that arrives from Europe and South America and Asia, that gets all together through the many airlines and only one internal transit, and this is done in just one custom. It would make it more efficient, this operation. I know that the topic or bringing a flight, it should have to be a flight from a particular place in Europe that was planned many times for Guanajuato, to say something, which is in the center. Nothing is ever going to cost this. So getting to the Mexican airport and then taking a bus to an alternate customs would make this easy. I don't know if I interpreted this correctly about the hubs of each airline, but I think I wouldn't see it very logical that Air France tomorrow in France and Calais is the same. It's Amsterdam or Paris. They do diversify in that sense because one airline absorbed the other one. Iberia happened with British, which is the same thing. And you may say that they are they are everywhere, but for final effects, they are located in their own strategic point where they can distribute the cargo. You wanted to say something? Okay. So these are topics. I don't see anything, but there's another question. Hello. Mario Baez from Doruti in San Luis Potosí. First of all, I want to say that part of what you said about networking of all the UTCs, we in San Luis have an RFA, which is a fiscal strategic point, where we have customs, where we have an intermodalic terminal in Kansas City, which is the biggest in the country, and that we bring produce from Lázaro Cárdenas and Manzanillo passing through Guadalajara that reaches our terminal, and it's in the center. In that facility, 80% of merchandises that Amazon brings go through there because they don't have to wait in the ports, but it reaches directly. This is because of what you said before. There is the potential, it is there, and we are there to help you. Anyone who has a doubt, tomorrow we're going to have a presentation, but this is a success case in San Luis that goes hand in hand with the interior port of Guanajuato. That is the first thing. Then, what you were saying about filling containers. A couple of weeks ago, we went to a talk in AMPI, and Jesus Reyes Heroles was saying the topic of digital transformation and the potential that they had to make processes more efficient. I think it is important to understand that digital transformation is a bank of information, a data information that may help us. I invite you to look to be more efficient, the topic of this digital transformation. There are many efforts in many places, but I think as an association, we could have the initiative of pushing this within our networking. And third, what you were saying about electric cars. I feel the topic sustainability with cars. We are like children in a picnic. We say, I want to put batteries to cars because it is more sustainable, and that's what we all do. Obviously, they are industries that are slower, but I think suddenly we don't realize that we need to be more agile to take decisions and say, okay, the electric topic is a solution, but it goes together with other topics like hydrogen. We are going to be depending on gas and petroleum for a long time. The fact that we stop selling cars that use internal combustion doesn't mean that they are going to be stopped being consumed or to stop consuming gas. So it is important about the carbon print, but we need to manage, like in food, the carbon print, the real carbon print of the products and the consequences that it has. So those were the 3 points that I needed to say. Well, thank you all for this interest. Thank you to World Trade Center Guadalajara, World Trade Centers Associations for this marvelous forum. Thank you to each of the panelists. It's been delightful to share this hour and a half with you. And I'm sure we all take something home. A great applause for you, all of you. Thank you. Thanks to our moderator and our panelists. And we ask you to remain there to give you the token of an award token of appreciation. If you can come with us. This is for Javier Rios. We also give a token of appreciation to Juan Sousa. Another recognition to Jaime Jovan Reynoso. We also give a token of appreciation to Guillermo Malpica. And thank you for your excellent work as our moderator in this panel, Dr. Jorge Acevedo. We ask you, please, if you come with us for the photograph, with your token of appreciation. Thank you. And that is how we finish this panel of challenges of logistics in post-COVID era. We thank all of you for your presence in this first part of the day. And we invite you to eat, to have lunch. We will come back at 2:30. Okay? The room for you can go have lunch is coming out from the first corridor. You will see them. They are continuous to this. At 2:30 sharp, whoever is via streaming, don't go away from the transmission. We will see you at 2:30. If you can be a couple of minutes before so that we can begin on time, it would be excellent. Enjoy your meal. And we'll see you a little bit later at 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, demolerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud.
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud.
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experience in tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in the states of Guanajuato, Michoacán, Nayarit, and Tamaulipas. Tequila embraces our past and our future. It weaves folklore with progress and opens our country and our culture to the rest of the world. This is our gift for you. There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that comprises the state of Jalisco and a number of municipalities in
Trade and transformation of logistics. So respecting everyone's time, hoping you enjoyed this break and your meal, let's continue, not without first thanking everyone, our sponsors, who are the reason why we are here today. Thank you to World Trade Center, Guadalajara. Thank you also to the National Chamber of Tequila Industry and the Brewery Nacional Pecado. And the topic of this channel then is cross-border e-trade and transformation of logistics. And today we'd like to greet our moderator for this panel. We welcome him once again, the World Trade Center Association Director for Latin America, Carlos Ronderos. And as part of this panel, we have Jorge Morones, who's the CEO of WeCargo Technologies Mexico. And welcome also to Sandra Escobar, Assistant Commercial Director for UPS Mexico. And also with us is Jimmy Avendano, Fulfillment Officer for Amazon in Delaware. Welcome. So I now give the microphone to our moderator. Thank you. I was telling my colleagues here on the panel that if they know any joke, say it now so that we can wake up after this very nice meal. This is the most difficult session, the afternoon session. We were also saying that this panel is made up of all of the e-commerce chain. Jorge has been taking companies to the platforms for international trade with initiatives by China, and they have reached the Mexican market. And also we have Jimmy, who is with Amazon in the US. And this is the next step from Jorge to the platform. And then after this, we have the goods that Jorge analyzes on his platform. We then distribute them to the buyers, the purchasers. And many operators do this, among those ones like Sandra. So here we have on this panel a lot of knowledge of the different stages of e-trade. So we know no one escapes from knowing how e-trade has grown, especially as of COVID. There was a lot of growth before COVID, very important, but with COVID, e-trade became much more dynamic. What is strange is that not only e-trade, but cross-border e-trade, that means foreign trade. Some figures from 2019, $579 billion in cross-border e-trade, and by 2026 it will be almost 5 times more, 2.2 billion. And according to another investigation, it's growing even more. Some say the growth is 27%. So it's exponential. Exponential, this e-trade growth with as cross-border trade. Not only pandemics, but all the digitalization of society. Everybody has a smartphone, and that's more dangerous than a credit card, especially with our wives or Sandra. Ladies, because now they have all stores at their hand. They don't have to go to any store. They can visit a store anywhere in the world with their phones. So this digitalization and the pandemics has made these growths to be up to 27% per year in composite. So it's impressive the way they have grown. Thank you. Also, thanks to the growth of platforms, a panel before me was mentioning Alibaba, saying we were the grandparents of Alibaba. But Latin America also has a very big platform, a large platform called Mercado Libre. There are very important platforms that have grown at an impressive rate. And therefore, we also have this element which has been essential. There are also two other essential elements. Logistics, which we will speak about today, how to take a package to each person's house. That complexity that Sandra can tell us about, how we can carry those packages to each customer's house, and how much time. People ask, they buy things on an e-trade commerce and they want it to be there in their homes 15 minutes later. In Colombia, there's a platform where you are delivered 15 minutes later, you get your Rappi, it's called. 15 minutes, you get your order at home. So the logistics required by this type of operation is huge. And Sandra will tell us a lot about this. Another thing that makes e-trade easy is all of the payment options that exist. and this was made even easier. There's a lot of trust in payment means, in credit cards, in PayPal, and all of these different payment mechanisms that were made available to purchasers. The cost of sales, international sales, can be quite costly. To take a package, a very large package from China, put it and place it in a house in Mexico City. There is a cost for the package itself. And we are going to discuss also the implications of those costs and how to achieve a greater efficiency. It's a very interesting topic. One of the greatest challenges in modern times for logistics is this logistics, which is derived from all of the e-commerce chain. So we're going to have dynamics of questions to our 3 panel members. I'm sorry, I'm not such a good animator as Jorge Acevedo. I can't compete with him. That dynamism he has, I don't have it. No one else in this room has that. But let's begin with Jimmy. Jimmy, cross-border e-trade in Latin America has it been growing? Not in the same magnitude as in the rest of the world. In Latin America, we're a bit behind in cross-border e-trade than in other regions of the world. What are the reasons behind this growth? What would be the decisive factors so it could be more competitive, all of this e-trade chain in Latin America? First, thank you for allowing me to be here. Thanks to all of you who, after the meal, it's very difficult. I've been like you are after lunch. You're kind of, so I'm so happy that you're paying attention to us now. Thank you. With respect to e-commerce, it's very interesting. It's something that we've spoken about in morning sessions. We have discussed the event of COVID, but we cannot leave behind how e-commerce has grown now for many years. It didn't begin with COVID. It has been growing year after year. To have an idea, e-commerce worldwide in 2014, sales were $1.3 trillion. By 2019, sales were $3.3 trillion worldwide. So there has been a growth, but nevertheless, after this COVID event, this increased significantly from 2019 to 2020 from 3.3 to 4.2 trillion dollars with respect to global sales in e-commerce only. What's interesting is the projection for by then 2025, this will be $7.3 trillion. This means a very significant growth, and the volume, the market share that this represents, that e-commerce represents with respect to global retail, is still at a very young stage. It's still developing this field. 2019, it was 18%. And I think at the end of this year, it will be 22%. So there is still a lot of a way to go. COVID appears. We all lock ourselves at home. We closed borders, ports. There were logistics issues, container problems, and transport. And all of this has an impact. People start working from home. And then there's this change in the behavior of society where either due to, well, I can't leave home, or stores are all closed, or I don't want to go outside because I don't feel safe. So there's an entire behavior which is what creates and increases this opportunity for a big jump in e-commerce. So this is clear But personally, I believe that there are two variables which are the same. Pre-COVID and post-COVID, it's the same. And I think they'll always be the same. One is final consumers will always be looking for products at the lowest price. And second, final consumers want products in as quick as possible. A few years back, we spoke about, well, my product, I'll get it in 2 days in the US and in other countries of the world. And now products are getting here today in the next 15 minutes. In a joke, I know, but artificial intelligence is going to say before you even click the button on buy, the product will be there. That's what consumers want. I know that some of you believe we will be able to achieve this, but we're at this point, and these are two factors that will not change. Clients want lower prices, they want the products as quick as possible, and other things that are made easier. What is essential, fundamental? All of this brings a stress to the sector, logistics and cross-border e-commerce. What are key principles in order to compete in this market? I think we could summarize in three important factors. One would be the adequate, proper infrastructure for origin and destination so that everything can move. All of these products can be moved. And by infrastructure, we not only have to think about physical infrastructure, ports, airports, seaports, but also technological infrastructure, the technological platforms that will allow this linkage between the manufacturers and consumers. That on the one side. And on the other side, we also have the capacity and the warehousing cost of products. This is an optimal management of costs, and warehousing capacity, storage capacity will be key in growing even more. And also, lastly, we could have that logistics capacity that will allow us to deliver that product in 15 minutes, in one day, the same day, as quick as possible to any place in the country, any place in the US, Latin America, anywhere in the world. I think that this is the part where we have three very important factors that are key so we may have success in e-commerce. So it would be then technology, logistics, capacity, and warehousing cost. These are the challenges for competitiveness for now someone who sees this in Amazon. Jorge Alberto, the region has been growing in cross-border commerce. In addition to competitiveness in these factors, these three factors mentioned by Jimmy, what are other threats for growth? What are the opportunities? How can we continue growing at this rate? What opportunities are there for e-commerce? And the information that you gave us was growth of e-commerce, not cross-border e-commerce. That's everything, right? But cross-border is growing even faster than general e-commerce. So thank you so much, Carlos. The topic, I'll just give you a bit of the vision, Mexico, China, of why. Because great part of the motor behind e-commerce comes from this country. When we speak of e-commerce, as we mentioned in the panel beforehand, the brands we know are, for example, Alibaba, a very well-recognized brand, but there are other platforms that currently, for not many years, they were startups, Chinese startups, which have now an important influence on Latin America. The case that most of you know is the one that in Mexico or Latin America are Shein in China, that sells many items at a very low cost. But what's interesting is that they do it from an office in China, directly to your hands. The more direct the movement of goods, then of course it reaches a more competitive price. There's a business model behind this platform that allows them to offer these costs. In Mexico, a very specific case, and in Latin America, these platforms have a lot of challenges and opportunities. For example, Amazon, Mercado Libre, Marketplace for Walmart, and we find that we also have department stores, which is very traditional in Latin America. Department stores which have now joined the e-commerce ecosystem. What's the problem here? These department stores don't have in their ADN any technology. These are traditional companies that sell through their own credit cards, and this does makes purchasing to increase. When COVID and e-commerce appear, we see that these department stores have extended catalogs. If we right now enter the Liverpool website, Electra Couple websites, we see that there's a variety of products that will not be on the floor physically in the stores. So we see there's a very interesting competition. Liverpool has great power. What do you think Liverpool's power is? In their credit card holders, Coppel, where is its huge power? In their credit card holders. Amazon, Mercado Libre were born digitally. They have a differentiated business model. Where are the challenges here? The first challenge for a platform, whether we want to sell on platforms, will always be the pricing or cost, fixing costs. Everybody says it's very easy to sell on Amazon, but it's not easy. It's not easy now because imagine just to do the pricing. And if you don't understand how the platform works, if you don't understand there's a commission for selling on that platform, and that if the final consumer, the client, doesn't like your product and used your product and wasn't interested, they can return it. Who do you think pays for all those costs? You do. So the cross-border Mercado Libre has offices in Chile, in China. What they do is recruit sellers from China for them to sell from China and deliver in Mexico with two modalities: traditional cross-border e-commerce, and then another thing which is a bit more traditional, they send their goods to Mexico, companies there import them, and then they give it to Mercado Libre in full. Amazon also does that in Mexico. What's the advantage here? The supplier in China at China manufacturing costs reaches Mexico to a warehouse, a Mercado Libre or Amazon warehouse, and from there they distribute almost automatically. An important difference, where did I tell you the company was? In China. So what happens to taxes? Even though there have been interesting tax differences, there are very important gaps that are taken advantage of by these residents who are not in China. When you're in Mexico, pay taxes in Mexico, things changes. The first challenge is not to control this type of companies, but also piracy and false brands. So I think there's another element where you come in, customs, logistics operators, is also the black market of many goods that are sold on these platforms, especially in Mexico, which, let me tell you, those are the ones who did not go through all fulfillment and customs. And you, for example, buy a good and you say, where is the fulfillment of Mexico standards here? We don't know, but they said that they gave me, this platform gave it to me and delivered in full. Somebody brought this product, imported this product, delivered this product on this platform, and I am getting the product. You see manuals, you see many details, and you say there's something weird here. That's one of the challenges for platforms. I've always asked myself, tomorrow the authority, if they visit any of these warehouses, they're going to have a huge surprise because of the non-fulfillment by lots of goods. We, as Mexican importers, have to comply with all formalities. We must have customs agencies. That's where all of you logistics operators come in. As the other comment was saying, if you get a container in Manzanillo and you dispatch 9 days later, that gives you very big disadvantage in delivery because people want it for now. People want their products now. So that is one of the greatest challenges. The challenge also for platforms and marketplaces in department stores, I'll say it very subtly, is for them to even work, for them to work.
Because really they don't use their own technology, they use other technologies like Miracle, which is a platform that they use. And really the experience of buying is not the best in the world. In us, the sellers are the ones that pay all of the broken dishes. Then I go to the challenges or the opportunities that we suppliers have. Definitely to sell in e-commerce is very interesting. It helps you to penetrate other markets that maybe you hadn't thought about. It helps you to understand what they are demanding, because there's a lot of data here. That is another fact. The analysis of data, the analysis of information. When they tell me, hey, I sell a lot in Mercado Libre, I sell a lot in Amazon, I say, okay, you have sales, but you don't have clients. I don't know if I get myself understood. You do have sales, but you don't know who bought. And that is the detail of the business model of this type of platforms. That's why there are companies like Shopify that I say, I will put your store, get together with someone like UPS to do the logistic, and you will be able to sell directly. And what do you think? You're going to have sales and clients. That is a very important aspect. At the beginning, when you begin to sell, you don't see that because you see in your account of Mercado Libre or Mercado Pago that you have money and Amazon has your money. And the first thing you say is, wow, I'm selling really well. Yes, but what about the reselling? And then the complaints and the returns. And that is where we begin to hit ourselves. What happens with the cross-border e-commerce? There is an opportunity for the logistic operators. Have you thought what happens with all of the merchandises that a supplier, a Chinese supplier, sells to a client in Mexico and this returns it? Where is that return? The ones that are in Mexico, they send it back. We review it, we see it, we dispose of it in another market, but they don't. They have to stay with that cost because there's nothing to do. They are not here, they are abroad. There are companies now in Mexico that are offering the management of that type of inventory, and sometimes it says that it's an inventory that they didn't even use, they just returned it, and for them it's a loss. So there are companies where we in the Chamber of Commerce Mexico China are incentivizing to give that type of service because they are clients that are not here but they are abroad. So lastly, as a retro opportunity, we have the logistic operators. The other panels talked about the importance of logistics. The topic with China is simple. If you have the logistic channel digitalized where the people we're not participating within the channel, it's cleaner, it's faster and less costly. I'm going to give you an interesting number. I don't know if you know the day Double 11. Double 11 is the Chinese Black Friday, the day of Bachelor's Day. This is the volume of commerce. For the year 2021, that week, which is an invention of Alibaba, the Double 11, they sold among themselves their internal commerce around $84,000 million in 1 week. $84 million. That is the comparison. That is the amount that practically Mexico bought to China in merchandises last year, all of last year. This was sold in 1 week just in e-commerce, internal e-commerce. You're talking about 900 million buyers. You're talking about a culture that Double 11 comes around, he sits in front of his computer, and instead of the USA where you go out running to buy something, you just click your fingers, get your phone, and start buying. 84 million in less than a week is a world of transactions. This wasn't done by itself. There is a logistic ecosystem. Why? So that the product that you buy to a seller will reach your hands at a reasonable cost. The problem that we have in Mexico and Latin America is that the cost of logistics is not competitive to incentivize the micro and the medium-sized companies so that the product made in Baja California South gets a person in Chiapas. That there we have a great opportunity for logistic companies, for companies that have this type of services in reducing costs, because then we have their returns. What I criticize the platform is that the platform takes care of the buyer. You didn't like it, send it back. You didn't think it's okay, send it back tomorrow. But the problem is that those returns have costs and losses. And the main challenge that I see is publicity. When I explain a little bit on how it works so that your product will appear among the first searches of a consumer is because you are paying for your publicity in Amazon or in Mercado Libre. If you have the right strategy, obviously your product is going to be positioned. And once positioned, the only thing is to fight and no one takes it away. This is where we have what we need to see. The platform is open to sellers all around the world. It's not just you selling. Another company may sell, another one, and another one. And it happens that it is the same item sold by different sellers. And that is where we have the war of prices and who is more intelligent to attract your attention and have the sell. So selling in a platform is like a butcher shop. If you wanted to listen to something nice, no, this is the truth. What is the interesting part? The interesting part, like I see it, is that you open possibilities to reach markets and clients that with difficulty you were going to reach. And this we have learned because of the Chinese models of how they learn how to sell. Here in Mexico, we're not used to that. Imagine buying a car on a digital platform, not to go and see it, not to drive it, not to just buy it in a platform. That is really a challenge in USA. There are some platforms that are beginning to do it. They take you the car, you try it. If you don't like it, it leaves. But you don't have to go to a dealer. There is a legal aspect in the USA because of dealers. But I don't doubt that Amazon tomorrow will be selling cars. Don't do it. No, we're not doing it yet. There are a couple of platforms that you buy the car online and you can return it online. Imagine buying a car online and returning it. So there are levels of e-commerce. This is Latin America. We are still walking. We still need a lot to walk. For example, the payment system. There are many people in Mexico that are growing on the term of payments. It's nice to buy on a platform, but it's even better to give it to you in months without interest because that's where you have credit cards and the business is taken by the banks. No, it's nice to pay in terms. Because what do you think marketplaces or Coppel and Electra or Liverpool, they sell so well? Because you can pay in payments. Don't forget we are in Latin America, and Latin America needs those payment schemes to be able to keep on growing in e-commerce. So with this I finish. It's very interesting. The topic is very wide. It's complicated to say it in a couple of minutes, but to remind you that there is a lot to learn on behalf of China and how to Mexicanize it, bring it to Latin America. Not all of the countries have the same infrastructure in logistics. Some have more, some have less. But interconnectivity, digitalization, when we can ask for a product and this automatically gets to the seller and passes with the less people possible, that is where we speak about an ecological system. That's something very frightening. If you are in the packaging system, the avalanche that is coming, those growths keep on going that way in the region. The challenge that companies like yours have is enormous. Are you prepared for that growth? The efficiency, the competitivity for that? The answer is yes. In fact, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, I'm going to give you an example, a tangible example of what we are facing in 2020 when all of this historical fact happens, because it's historical now, there is a before and a later. And tragically at the same time, because we cannot describe it any other way, but like many tragedies, it also brings opportunities. And those opportunities are for the e-commerce that it comes in, it is slapped in our face, mentioning specifically the example that I referred to. In 2020, all of a sudden, everyone is in lockdown, and we find one day in a work table, we find Liverpool. Because the people begin, we are in diapers on this. This is something important. Jimmy spoke about global sales that were crazy. But if I am sincere, data that we have in Mexico, and I'm going to focus on the chat or during the chat in Mexico. Mexico the companies that sell online, only 25% of these companies report sales and earnings. So there is a lot of margin for improvement, and we are going to talk about a little bit later of the barriers and the future. But talking about Liverpool specifically, Liverpool did lack, it had the gift table in different for wedding 15-year-olds, and they were growing that way in the e-commerce. But facing a pandemic and facing a Mexico or a country that is locked down at home, what is it that began to happen? Buying. I would love to say that only women, but no, let me tell you another story. No. I think that men definitely have played a role that is fundamental. I know many that this has become like a habit, buying online. And so one day we found this process of Liverpool. We constructed an infrastructure because, careful, PS today does not only dedicate or identify us as that, as the last part of the logistics and delivery. Today, we dedicate to make strategies and to go hand in hand with the companies, including before they have a product that is tangible in the hands. I'm going to tell you about a program specifically so that you will have an idea. But talking or coming back to Liverpool, we began with Liverpool. We structured everything of how to face the demand until we got to the point where one day we had 11,000 orders or 11,000 buyings or packages just in one day. 11,000 packages that we need to give on record time to any part of the Republic because that is what the consumer is expecting. So it is very important to think in all of the photograph that they are beginning to look at us and recognize us as strategic partners from the development of that I'm telling you about of the product, something that is UPS is doing. And they are programs. Today, one of our programs that is most important is one called Proudly Unstoppable. This program is directed towards women. Again, as a consequence of the pandemic, there was a lot of women that had to wait to have children, the husband, and to have to deal with that. So many people had to reinvent themselves, and we understood talking about where we are going and the future of e-commerce. We find ourselves that many women wanted to be entrepreneurs. So we made an alliance with the Technological School of Monterrey, together with them. And they, as experts and faculty members, give programs that are complete from the creation. Probably me as an example, I have in my mind the product that I want to create. So the program, which are webinars, and at the end you certify yourself by the tech, helps me to build the product, but also brings me through all of those barriers, or some that you have just mentioned, like for example, I need to destine a budget for my marketing, for the branding, that I need to think on the return, that there will be people and final buyers to which they don't like my product and they are going to have to review it. And so really we bring them from A to C and until they are certified, and then they are success stories of women that are entrepreneurs, that we call them Proudly Unstoppable. And so it is very important to clear that part. Talking a little bit about the future of where the e-commerce is going to in Mexico. And why do I say we are in diapers? Today, I think most of us here move around apps. We we have Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, and so these apps or this social network had to reinvent themselves as well. They weren't ready for the pandemic. Before in Facebook, it was social network. It was an interaction among friends and nothing else. Instagram, maybe you followed people that you admired or brands that you liked, but that's it. Today, the social network had to incorporate the button for buying, and that is a drastic change for all of them. We can think that the pandemic only impacted the small or medium sized companies, but no, it had an impact on big corporations because we weren't ready, at least in Mexico, to be able to face e commerce. Before the pandemic, we had a difference of more or less 20 years versus USA in the sense of buying, on online buying. After the pandemic, of course, the time has reduced significantly. But still, we have a lot of things to overcome that later on we're going to discuss. But the consumers are more demanding. Our expectations have elevated impressively. The digitalized world or the buyers, mobile buyers, that is how it is described in a study, are growing, are increasing every day. It is not only us that are here, but our children, they are a generation that was born in the pandemic, that was born and was used to being in virtual lessons, that is used to, because of the lockdown, maybe to have the cell phone, the father or the mothers, and they begin with all of this mentality of buying, and they are not going to buy, but they are going to make you the mother or the father. And so, in order to keep them quiet, they agree to buy. So, that is where the future is going to. There is a lot of fear, yes, still. There is a lot of barriers, yes. But definitely, the companies, and it is something important, and that's where we are going to, talking about the future of e-commerce. The companies need to, definitely Amazon is an example of having omni-channels, because we talk about e-commerce. However, the companies need to prepare themselves and visualize that the buyer is not happy, and even now today that we are coming out of this, with buying online. Companies need to be prepared that if I, Sandra, suddenly, let's put the example, want to buy a clothing. I see it online, I like it, I want to buy it, but for a reason I say, I think I should try it on first. So I leave the shopping cart. I didn't buy it. I got to the shopping cart, but I abandoned the shopping. I go to the next channel, which is the physical store. So I go, try it on, I love it, but I remember that the page said that if I bought it online, they gave me X discount. That is another channel for selling. I leave it on the store and I come back to my shopping online. So there are three scenarios there. What happens when I decide to buy it finally online? We have options of delivery. Before it was, I order it, and companies like us picked it up, and we made the best effort to deliver it on a reasonable time. The demands today of the consumers are, I like it and I want it in 99 minutes. I'm not doing a publicity, but that's where we are. And also, suddenly, I don't want to wait. I want it at the store. I have that other option. I go and I ask it to give it at the store so that I will go whenever I can and pick it up. So, part of the future of e commerce is exactly these selling channels that are called omni selling channels. And the newest thing to finish is what is coming are buying through the smart TV. That is what's coming. And I'm sure that as something new, a novelty, there is going to be at least one buying that we will do, each of us, the ones that are sitting here. So we are going to need to have a QR, a code QR, and you do the link, and it will send you directly to the buying page. So it won't be the phone. It will be this experience that is visible, that is big, pleasurable, of buying through your TV that is intelligent. So you are making me afraid, Sandra, in all of the things that we will need to buy. But something interesting is all of the added value that companies like you has. We don't limit to the package, but there is a whole gamma of added value that gives the client more satisfaction, that creates clients and creates companies. And I think you have an experience that is very interesting. All of these needs an infrastructure of logistics. One always sees Amazon, really big warehouses, but it is especially one you manage one of those big warehouses. How how do you do to have that ability to grow the rhythm that you do with an infrastructure, an ability of storage without raising costs and stop being attractive for companies and reach the seller through those platforms? With all of this boom of e-commerce that we have had, no doubt, one of the biggest challenges that we have is precisely the ability and cost for storage to be able to maintain that type of inventory. And the dynamism of e-commerce is very big. In the morning, we were talking about infrastructure of ports and sea and air. It's crucial and fundamental. But that goes hand in hand together with the technological infrastructure, the e-platforms as such. But then we have the part of, in this case, a supplier of e-commerce like Amazon, is to maintain the ability of storing. To put it into perspective, why is that a big challenge today for any seller? I'm putting myself on the focus of the US that I know is replicated in Latin America. We suffer COVID. It is a big impact. The supply chains are affected. So, especially the big retailers, what do? They acquire more warehouses and try to acquire any space available. We get it. We begin to see that the areas for storage near the ports are limited. Many cities, we know now there is availability for real estate and for storage in warehouses, 1% in some cities. And before you put the sign of available, it's not available. So many small and medium-sized industries find themselves with that challenge, how to do, what to do. In the Amazon case, they have made a big investment developing a significant network in many countries. In the US, they have opened different types of stores for different types of products, and to be able to satisfy clients that are demanding delivery of product at the same moment. Every site has a finality, but everything is linked through the platform, which is going to allow us to say each of us is going to buy something. This is going to come out from this warehouse to be able to reach this time to the final consumer. Because it is fundamental to be able to have that stock, that product, to reach at such a time, that promise of reaching the client in such a time. Something interesting is, and following the conversation that we have had, there have been studies made, and they have determined that 8 out of 10 buyers doesn't catalog as the most important factor to when the selling, that the shipment will be free. The price of shipment, they don't want to see it on the product. Even though, and let's be conscious, someone has to cover that cost. Definitely it's going to be the seller, and we need to be competitive. But the final consumer, 8 out of 10, definitely will buy something because they don't want to see that the shipment is free. And free why? But we know that more than 54%, and sometimes even though I have it on my shopping cart, I will not do it if at the moment of wanting to do the buying, they are giving me that the time of delivery is not the one I want, or that they are putting an extra charge. All of those challenges as an infrastructure, technological, and on the cost of storage, we need to cover this. We need to see what we do. That is where, in this case, Amazon tries to have a platform and a physical infrastructure and technological to be able to satisfy clients. In the case of a new solution that we are doing on behalf of Amazon within the networks that they have in fulfillment centers, it is one called Amazon Warehouse and Distribution. This is a program that is new. Only last week it was launched officially. And what it looks for is to allow sellers that to have and use this type of buildings that are special for the management of stock in bulk, to maintain its stock, and through the platform, the e-platform, the same algorithms will determine where they have to send, to what warehouse of distribution has to be sent to satisfy the client.
This is something that recently has just been launched, and this would allow the vendors that instead of writing an agreement because I can't find warehouses, I have to go further away, I have to sign a contract for 5 to 10 years. It's not necessary to do that anymore. I just pay for what I need. If I need to do it at a smaller scale, or if I need more space, I buy more space. So these solutions for vendors, of course, there's a cost, but to give that advantage to the clients in order to optimize and manage those costs in a better way. Thank you, Jamie. So there's no free lunch. Something has to pay for that shipment and transport. And these are like temporary offices. They're like then temporary warehouses. Yes, we work for warehouses for the stock. As we have seen, this is transforming at incredible speeds for World Trade Centers, who work on many occasions with small and medium businesses. This is the reality of all World Trade Centers. This is an opportunity for international commerce. As small and medium businesses, their problem is to have market penetration, international markets. It's very costly, complex. So this is a great opportunity for small and medium businesses a small business that works for the WTC in Monterrey, which has a special program for small businesses to enter international commerce through a electronic platform. I would say that there are three essential things they must consider, that the companies who want to export must consider in order to for a company to grow and to become from going to a small business to a medium business or grow in proportion and in their profits. The three most important things focused on foreign commerce is they must belong to a marketplace. That is like their number one obligation. This channel, online channel, will allow this interaction with buyers and sellers. If you want to do it by yourself, you're going to reach very few people. If you want to open your Instagram account and you have few followers, then your road will be very difficult. That is the first thing that is mandatory. Then you have the platforms, the e-commerce platforms. That's where we come in. We have an entire department for technology, which gives assistance for the development of digital platforms. And for these platforms, these digital platforms and e-commerce platforms to be connected, we give them tools for them to connect with the logistics side, which is the third mandatory point item that a small business must consider. So these tools that I speak about and which we give consulting on will allow small companies for it to be much easier and simple. Today, for example, the visual aspect is essential in any app. And this can be within social media or even the brand, and that would be ideal, to create its own website. And these visual aspects will then make more clients to come to a personalized sense of a sale. These tools do the advice we give them is that just in a couple of clicks for the sale to be finalized, the purchase to be finalized. We also give a lot of assistance on what seems to be a barrier. We've measured it. And in fact, it's the second reason why Mexicans don't buy. These are the payment options. Today, UPS offers all of those payment methods and gives assistance to companies so that they can offer not only credit card payments, deferred, etc. payments, but we also accept. We give credit cards or debit cards. We also give them assistance to include debit cards. The third thing, maybe someone will say it's not correct, but we're the only company that offers cash against delivery. We cash on delivery. We have created this structure, separate from our normal delivery logistics for packages, which of course have to be handled in a certain way due to safety more in the country where we are, where as a service provider, and I distribute, I bring the package, and the person who will be receiving the package will then pay me in cash. Of course, this is a high-risk service, but we allow small businesses who do not have yet a lot of investment for different payment methods. We allow them then to reach many other clients and purchasers when we speak not only middle income, but also maybe their products cost a bit more and therefore they can pay cash because maybe these customers do not have credit cards or debit cards. So we have specialized there as of the pandemic. So the efforts that you are doing now, operators such as yourself, is to reach those people who might not have or might not be included in a banking system, to reach that higher, that broader market. Yes. Here we were speaking from this morning. There's this near shoring topic, which is now called friendly shoring, which are supply chains in friendly neighboring countries. All this brings disruption in the supply chains. And in China, especially China, is the origin of cross border commerce worldwide. So maybe with these complications, these new movements of nearshoring, with this new reality and disruption of the supply chains, we will see a transfer of e-commerce from China towards a more regional e-commerce, or they were speaking of regionalization this morning. Firms that have to do something with China, there's always the same question since 4 years back when we began this commercial war between US and China. As a chamber, what we've always proposed, and this is our perspective, one, you have to understand where China's going. There's a plan which is made in China 2025, and more than COVID accelerated this process. But that made in China 2025 plan is China telling the world, I'm not going to manufacture cheap things. I am now going to manufacture things with higher added value. By 2049, China's goal is to exceed nations such as the United States, Germany, Japan, and Korea with respect to high technology manufacturing. Why 2049? When was the Republic of China established? 1949. So this is the 100th centennial. The 2025 plan is to stop supporting certain sectors of products which for them in a commercial sense are no longer within their development or technological plans. Therefore, we have seen that many textiles, shoes, etc., if it's not high added value, they are sending it to Southeast Asia. You can see this on labels. Many are from Bangladesh. Bangladesh has received a lot of foreign direct investment, and China might make the cloth, but it's manufactured in Southeast Asia, and in that way they can reach many parts of the world. That's nearshoring, but thanks to this plan of China, that's where we in 2018, in the import fair in China, called on Mexican businesses and the manufacturing industry, maquiladora industry, saying China no longer wants to manufacture this type of thing. But we, with a network of treaties and complying with specific rules of origin, etc., we can attract this type of investment, not much because of COVID. COVID is at this juncture right now, but they as a country, they're not interested anymore in manufacturing this type of thing, and they want to localize that type of industry. Where is the problem? That when there's a country that's more convenient, they go there. That's what I criticize for this type of business model. A parenthesis here on cross-border e-commerce. What's happening in China now? You go to a building, just like their business centers here. That business centers are e-commerce companies. In China, you're going to find a desk, 2 or 3 people, a small room. The only thing they're doing is selling on platforms to the entire world. But to sell on platforms, you also need certain infrastructure: photographs, videos, content creation, marketing, digital marketing specialists. So it's not that easy. What do you think you have in that building? All that type of staff that will provide those services to the companies that are there. And those small companies, 2 or 3 or 4 employees, are selling and selling merchandise. Where is the producer? Now still in China. The manufacturer receives the purchase order and delivers them or sends them. What's the future, the opportunity for Mexico in small and medium business? That business model, that growth model. You don't have to have your own warehouse, but you can give it to a third party. There can be a specialized logistics supplier to do this kind of dispatches and shipments and be able to offer this to the market, because the companies, usually these young business owners in China, they're these young business owners. These are companies that begin marketing products. You sit at a desk, and on the floor below you have designers, etc., all who can work for you. The most interesting business model, free, where is it from? When they create the sales, that is when that building wins. It has a profit. They get 1, 2, 3, 4 yuans for every sale. Multiply this by thousands of millions. And of course, the person who invented this model, then it all works. But they need logistics operators like WTCs or bonded warehouses, which are another topic. In China, why can we sell to China from Mexico? Through bonded warehouses, where all the way from Mexico, I can send all the merchandise pre-de-customized, sorry for that term, he says, all the way from Mexico to reach China, be able to import to these bonded warehouses, and from there, the bonded warehouse, as we know it in Mexico, has its own e-commerce, its own platform. What is the great difference? That they make small dispatches, small shipments, global bills of lading, $700, $800, $500 of purchases by individuals. The true final client is the one who's buying merchandise, who are all within the bonded warehouse, have not gone through any authority yet, because they're small dispatches. From the origin, they are pre-decustomized, and when they reach the bonded warehouse in China, everything's okay. If you didn't do anything bad and everything got there fine, then that merchandise will enter the warehouse, will be posted on all of the platforms, and sales begin. This doesn't exist in Mexico. If I bring a merchandise, take it to a bonded warehouse, then there have to be exits of these merchandise from that bonded warehouse. Here, there are even more people involved. The topic is for there to be less people, less distributors, operators, if they don't add any value. How interesting it would be to bring the merchandise from anywhere in the world, bring them to Mexico, any part of Latin America, and for a logistics operator to do this from the port. Right now, what happens? It gets to the port, we have to unload the container, pay a lot of money for the maneuvering of the ports, take it to another warehouse, from there send it to an FBOA or a full Mercado Libre, or a hub. So those are each costs. If it's flatter, that logistics, or more direct or automated, then it will be more convenient for anyone. I invite you, the logistics operators, to break the paradigm, get out of your comfort zone where you say, I have everything here, why move? There's still a lot of added value you can add, but you have to see where you are now. I understand that each country has different custom standards, although Latin America likes to copy each other and they're similar. But what's interesting here is, how can I help these very small businesses by doing this work for free? The problem here, if we hear for free, that means someone else is paying for it. Kind of break down this paradigm and learn where we're moving to. So I'll just speak of Amazon Prime here. Amazon Prime Video, which I'm looking for an original. I seen an original series, and I say, look at that pretty shirt on that actress. I click on it, and it sells $29.90. You can buy this shirt. So that's really a call to action. Take it now. I go to Disney Plus, let's say. You're looking, your children, goodness gracious, I have 3 children. So they're watching a Disney series, and then we have a little toy they love, and they're just a click away from clicking on that movie in Disney Plus and buying it. That's part of the future. In platforms, nothing is a given, nothing is by chance. this morning with a friend that said, "Do you have Amazon Prime? Check this purchase. I don't have Amazon Prime, and it's 100 peso shipment, and for me, it's free on my Amazon Prime. Of course, I'm gonna be paying on the annual cost, but sure, I'll buy it for you." And tomorrow they'll be delivering it to him. So that's the interesting detail. We have to break down the paradigms and do more with less. These small enterprises, we don't want them to be 1,000 employees. Sometimes 2 or 3 people with the adequate infrastructure can do a lot of things. In this Chinese business model, the company is working for free supposedly, but if there's a sale, then it gets money. So imagine if there's a software, there's a platform of platforms where when they post their product on a free market, of course, Amazon does this, all of the other platforms do this where they want to sell under this figure. And I say, what do they do? Just to be paying attention to their business when on the floors downstairs there's a marketing department, a content creation department. Something in Mexico we don't use much is the streaming for selling. In China, you go to the Tmall that belongs to Alibaba, and there's a person there, an influencer selling things, the cosmetics, and a small ad. I go to Amazon, what do I see? A photograph, maybe a short video in Mexico. Now imagine at that time they say, "Federico, how are you?" A little voice, "Those who are looking, do you want this cell phone?" So if you're like walking by at a mall and they reach and get your arm, grab your arm and say, "Take this, buy this." So that's where we're going. That's where we have to break down all paradigms, understand where we're going, and partner with institutions or with the government itself. That's sometimes where those buildings that are not being used, people can do this type of ecosystem to sell. We have the WeWorks, which are more for network than anything. We have that type of infrastructure already to use this commerce for other types of standards and reach those objectives. It's not easy for small and medium businesses to reach international markets. We're looking at very big opportunities for companies in the different WTCs to reach the Chinese market, the largest in the world. So if I understand this well, you send the merchandise to a bonded warehouse, and from there it's distributed directly to the customers in China, yes, through their own platforms. How difficult would it be for a small business to enter the Amazon platform? Or how easy? It's easy. And there are many advantages. The platform of Amazon is directed for it to be very easy to use. A buyer, which is located here in Mexico, the first step they have to define, the first market they want to bet on, they'll say, let's say the Mexican market. So I'm going to open an account as a vendor on the Amazon platform here in Mexico. But having this account as a vendor in Mexico on this platform will give me access to the US market and the Canadian market because we have a unified account. This is an advantage that has to go for the market in Mexico. With the same account that you have for Mexico, you can also have access to the markets in the US and in Canada. And this will allow you, under this account, which you have in the Amazon platform, you can then create the product lists and control stock, sales, whether you're selling in Mexico, the US, or Canada. You can open accounts, for example, in the European market. You would open an account for that market in the European marketplace, but you can always link it to your account, Mexican account. Another of the advantages in international commerce and especially cross-border commerce, if you have an Amazon account as a vendor, you can then have the option with just a click, and that's what it's about, for it to be as easy as possible, with an option to define whether the product qualifies to be exported directly. You can give it the option for the purchaser who's there on the cell phone, on the computer. They maybe it's a person who is in Lima or in Colombia or in other countries. They can then buy directly from their own countries if that's a qualifying product. But if you as a vendor want to give them that option so that your list of products will be available to other purchasers who are in other countries. So the platform, the fulfillment by Amazon, the FBA, we can say that there are four relatively easy steps. One is what market I want to access, North America, Brazil, or Europe, which are more countries being added to that market, or an East Asian market, which can also be accessed, and Middle East. Once you have created your account, you must define how to register your products. We'll have to see what's the product, how you record this product according to your objective market. And then you have to see what products have to be delivered to the Amazon distribution center. In theory, these are four steps. There are complexities maybe behind this, but a small vendor, medium vendor, can easily access to the Amazon account, not only for the Mexican market, but they can define that they want their product to be available for other countries, not only limited to this market. Plus the advantage of saying that they can have the same Mexican account and therefore be in the US and in Canada. Thank you, Jimmy. Everything seems very easy, doesn't it, Sandra? Very easy. So why haven't the companies grown more in platforms in Latin America? In China, there are small and medium businesses, small and business companies, right? But in Latin America, this doesn't happen. Small and medium companies are not on the platforms, are not selling on international markets. Why do you think this is so? A very important data information which should be the target of companies such as ours, such as the World Trade Center, such as UPS. These companies create half of the internal product of the country, 60% of employees, jobs in the countries. So we have to help them and assist them. They create 60% of the GNP. So we have this fear first by buyers. Culturally, we don't have a certainty, security, as, for example, a buyer in the US. Safety and the use of our personal data is still a topic that for buyers, this makes us want to avoid making a purchase. We haven't even reached the application, and this happens. So that's a topic. We have very little information available for people. Our pages are maybe not as specialized in what I was saying about having a branding or a marketing where it's not the owner of the company who will develop this. They must invest with experts who know about these topics, and they must have a section of their budget to be invested in that. That's another of the barriers. Payment options are also, as we said, but as a purchaser, to give your debit card, credit card into an internet website, this creates fear. This is one of the main reasons why you don't even buy anything. So let's go on to the next section. Those who do make purchases, why do they not finish the purchase and leave everything in their little cart? Companies who want to grow, and not only locally, it's very important for us to begin to disseminate that and inform others that in exporting is the difference. Why do they just leave their little purchase cart and not complete the purchase? Well, maybe I looked and I didn't find the product, so I just leave the platform. And the payment options might be limited. Maybe I only get a credit card, can only pay by credit card. So information over the purchasing process may not be that easy. I click 2, 3 different times, it takes me to a different place. So I just leave my cart there. This is all of the support and assistance when we say we have to provide advice to small companies. This is what I mean, because this should represent our target clients. And these companies, once they are shielded with the knowledge and the structure, then we have to start convincing them and removing any fear of exporting. What happens when a small business exports? First, the products, the value of the products changes dramatically. What you pay here, let's say 200 pesos here, there is maybe they can sell it at 400 or 500. Of course, delivering in the US as our main trade partner implies many factors such as freight, processes, etc. But even so, to deliver your product outside Mexico, outside of the local market, to stop depending on the local market, without a doubt, is profitable with much higher profits than selling just locally. So to have this experience by the final customer, final user, in a very strong, easy way will create more sales for you. And then if you're able to export, there will be, of course, higher liquidity and you'll have more cash. And the SMEs, as you were saying before, you won't necessarily need new infrastructure to be able to export. You can operate with what you already have, but you just have to find the partners, which will be strategic partners to help you deliver your products, and not only in the United States, but we're looking at stages where there are a lot of sales for Latin America, South America, and Europe, and definitely a SME will change its life. If it becomes aware of the fact that with proper tools and proper business partners, it can export and it can grow exponentially.
Thank you, Sandra. What we see is that there is a world of opportunities. There is a revolution in the world of e-commerce that has no limit. There are a lot of opportunities for the SMEs, for all of the companies, and especially for the SMEs that, like you well said, are those that generate more jobs in Latin America, and they generate an important part, the GDP. There is an opportunity, a golden opportunity to enter international markets. I think that here, with these three experts, we have had a vision that is complete of what the challenges of e-commerce are, of the challenges of logistics of e-commerce, of the challenges and payment means in e-commerce. I don't know if there is any question on behalf of the public. Yes, Eugenio? So the people that can hear, what marvelous Chad, Jimmy, Sandra, and Jorge. But I am linked with this. We are part of a World Trade Center network. If we speak about a foreign trade, you made us see that suddenly it is necessary and to a certain point urgent. There is a disassociation between what has to be and what we are really doing. In the USA, the exporters is only 1% of all of the companies. In Latin America, something more or less the same. And within those that export, they are concentrated in not many. We could have, I don't know, from 100% of the people that export, 90% could be SMEs, and those 90% export 10%. And then through platforms, we see that we are buying. I remember someone else that I won't mention, but you were talking about thousands of Mexicans buying through the platform in comparison to dozens of those who were exporting. So if numbers more, numbers less, maybe 80% of the recovery, economical recovery in our country obeys directly or indirectly to exports. It's urgent to bring the SMEs up. We are not doing that. How can we do this so that all of this that you are doing that is marvelous, we should really take it to the practice with something that is contundent, that we could double exports, that could really increase the small. I know the question. It is easier to answer to question this, and if there was a quick answer, you would have done it. But okay, I'll leave it to you. Thank you very much. I would say the following. We thought years ago, and we stopped being this company that brings packages or that ships packages, and we turned into assessors or logistic assessors. And we turned into hosts, into developers of programs. We turned into advisors to push the SMEs. The way we have Proudly Unstoppable program directed 100% to women, and we have as an alliance the tech, we have bad SME. And I would spend a half an hour here, but we have a listing that is very important of benefits for my SME. And we are doing work through events like Zapicam, like the one that we had in Aguascalientes. But definitely, I believe that forums like this, where we participate with companies that at the end of the day are part of the logistic, we need to sit down in round tables. We need to sit down, and with that expertise that we have, we can obtain and form that road so that SMEs, first of all, for them to buy the idea, because culturally we still have that barrier that you can't do it, and after show you how to do it. But I would say that the forums and to be commercial partners or strategic partners will give us the roadmap to be able to reach more SMEs. In my opinion, that could be one of the roads to take. Excellent, and thank you very much. Is there any other comment? Just to follow your thoughts. Definitely, these type of forums are the ones that can help us, and there is a factor that is cultural, no doubt. Like you mentioned before, suddenly, not just in Mexico, but it is something in Latin America, suddenly there is a fear of, as a purchaser and as a seller, this of the e-world. What is this? Who is behind this apparatus? Or do I have to put my data of my credit card? or the modalities for payment. It is a cultural issue, but it is an issue that all of us play in how to push and socialize this type of tool, this type of platform to help the SMEs. In the case of the US, the pandemic came. Many people stayed at home, stopped working, began to be entrepreneurs. The amount of entrepreneurship of SMEs in the last years has been impressive. The use that they have done is obviously of the platforms, of the digital platforms, of e-commerce. Eventually in Latin America, I know that we can reach that, but it needs to socialize this through these forums, through these World Trade Centers, that we can continue pushing and advising the SMEs. Because sometimes, many cases, I think that there is a lack of information, there is a lack of knowledge. The information is detailed there, and there are the steps to follow, A, B, C. But it isn't, we don't have that knowledge in the small or medium purchaser or seller, and that's what we need to socialize. Really quickly, in the case, or our case, what we think, both as a chamber and private experience, is that definitely the government has to get involved. And when I talk about the government, it's not to ask for money. In Latin America, we used to when we say government is give me money. No, just don't be in my way, and that's earning a lot. What we do is we try to foment, we try to push and tell the platforms to reach the government, and the platform tells us how to sell. What I love about Amazon is Amazon invests on trainings, and it teaches you and eases you how to establish a publicity campaign, how to establish costs. Amazon, because that's why it charges you the commission. If you know how to take advantage of this, all of the platforms, at least in Mexico, Amazon or Mercado Libre, teach you to sell. The first step is to dare. That is the main thing. And second is to come to the platforms. That is where the government comes in, because the government can tell you and say, together with a program, with a platform, we can have the ones that dare, which are the youngest. This is something important. Of e-commerce managed in Mexico, 30 or something % of the buyers are people around 25 and 34 years old. And 34% are in Mexico City, just to give you an idea of where we are. So that is where we say, if I am participant of a government, and as a government I'm interested in this, the only thing we need to do is pick up the phone. I just speak to the platforms and say, I want you to teach us to sell. There is a complicated case about selling shoes. To sell shoes online, that is something really exciting. The one who finds out how is going to be very rich. We have seen apps where you put your foot and you find the simulated shoe, but it's something more advanced. To sell clothing, that is something important. To sell clothing on a platform is complicated, and that's where we have the opportunities to sell to sell fashion. And we need to be creative. If people in China inspired on us, on the maquila sector, we can inspire on them to see what they are doing to sell shoes. Because I know that Mexican shoes is excellent quality. The problem is that the model, as it is used now, and you saw in the pandemic, I was in Leon working with Cofose. The truth is, it seemed like a cemetery. Everything was dead. There was no commerce. Everything was closed. And that's where you think, what do I do to sell my shoes? But not on the traditional channel. Look at the cost of opening a shoe shop. Just having the shop, the personnel, all the experience, it's too expensive. So those sectors is where we can reach, and to see companies and monsters like Amazon, in the good sense of the way, how we can sell and to think out of the box, because that is where the solutions are. And if we can sell, yes, but the thing is that we need more opportunities and to, teach us. We need them to teach us. That's how I finish. And I think the platforms have a lot to bring because the platform earns from what we sell. Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if there's another doubt. Okay, we had to finish at 4, but we weren't very, we didn't start on time. So I ask you for a big applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Excellent topic. And now we want to ask you to please receive the token of appreciation. Jimmy Arendaño, Fulfillment Officer of Amazon in Delaware. This is your token of recognition, and applause, please. Sandra Escobar also. Thank you very much. You are a moderator. And also Jorge Morones. Let's stay here for the photograph, please. Thank you very much. With this panel of e-commerce, of logistics, we conclude today's work about the work that we are doing. But we don't finish with activities with all of you, because right now we're going to continue with our cocktail. You have a free time right now, and we'll see you at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock to continue with our cocktail. Don't go away. Don't miss it. It's an excellent moment to get together. It would be in the same room where we had our lunch. That's where we have our cocktail, for you to be with us at 6 o'clock. Thank you for those who are on the other side of the screen via streaming for being with us. We cannot invite you to our cocktail, but thank you very much for having been with us all of today. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Something important for those who are guests here in the hotel or other hotels, the checkout will be done before you come here at 9 o'clock, because we're going to have activities that are going to cross with the checkout hour, which is 12 o'clock. And if you don't do the checkout before you come in during the break, you can take it into account so that you will organize yourself. Thank you once again, and we hope to see you in the cocktail. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
There is something that emerges. It grows and spreads. Generations convene while borders fuse. It is there when we laugh, when we listen, when we dream. It inhabits our blood and our love for life. Tequila is ours, and its tradition brings us closer to the rest of the world.
El tequila no solamente se trata del proceso de producción. El tequila hay que crearlo. Es como una obra de arte. No se trata solo de cocerlo, de molerlo, fermentarlo y destilarlo. Se trata de conocer a plenitud su esencia.
Tequila is not just tradition. It's the whole world in a small glass.
Salud!
Tequila for me, what an experience.
Part of experience in Mexico is experiencing tequila and the culture and everything that's involved with tequila.
Lo maravilloso de los cócteles es que son infinitos. Uno siempre puede mezclar con las diferentes clases de tequila. En lo personal, para las margaritas, prefiero el tequila blanco. Me encanta para un cóctel con frutas secas como ciruelas, arándanos y pasas, porque sus sabores son más diversos y completos. El añejo y extrañejo generalmente los prefiero solos, en una copa Riedel, aunque son excelentes para hacer cócteles con chocolate y cacao, porque al mezclarlos se intensifica el sabor de la bebida.
El tequila me ha hecho descubrir una infinidad, una paleta de sabores gustativas que yo no conocía antes. Vraiment, dans le tequila, nous avons, en buvant un verre de tequila de très bonne qualité, vous découvrez le Mexique.
Tequila is born out of the nuanced development of a millenary craft. It springs from a land rich in history, and it embodies the wisdom of many men and women who produce an unsurpassable spirit. Nowadays, consumers demand an increasing complexity and refinement in tequila. Because of this, producers strive continuously to evolve, as evidenced in their commitment to quality, to the environment, and to responsible consumption. The authenticity of their product is guaranteed as well. In 1974, the Mexican government granted tequila national heritage status and declared its designation of origin, which establishes the geographical limits for its legitimate production to the region that